it that way.
All right, let's get fired up on YouTube here. Hold on. Hey, everybody on YouTube. How y'all doing tonight? We are getting closer to the second last show of this week for me, and we are moments away, and we're having a great time tonight. And you know what? I am just really, really looking forward to it, because anytime we get to talk Black Project, Secret Space Program, or with the handsome beard himself, Olav Phillips, it is a good night for me. So it is all good. It is all great. Hey, Tammy, how are you? Wayland, good to have you here. Adnome, there you are. Hey, Brett, how you doing? Science Bob. Science Bob's here. Yeah. Love it when Science Bob shows up. Sergeant, how you doing? Doc, good to have you here as well. And we're all good. Hey, Bill WD40, thank you for coming on out. We're almost ready to kick off tonight's show. A few minutes away as we're just about to kick things off. Olav, how you doing, buddy?
Doing all right, man.
Oh, that's the shortest sentence I think you've ever said to me.
Really?
That might be the shortest one.
Oh.
Even shorter. Beautiful.
Yo.
It's still 2 letters.
I
M.
M. O.
Oh, yes. Yes.
K.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very well.
Excellent. Excellent. I should probably check your levels here and turn you up a little bit. There we go.
Can they hear me on YouTube?
Oh, they can hear you on TubeYube. Yep.
On TubeYube?
They can hear you on TubeYube.
I have a video on
video on
YouTube.
Bardell is already asking, did Carl ever say he loved you while he probed you? He didn't probe me. Bart's the leader of the...
Nobody told me he loved me.
Yes, he loved Olav.
He loved me.
He loved Olav, yeah. Bart is the leader of the third Nipple Crew gang, so that's always good. Hey, Mr. Man, Mister, how you doing? Renee, good to have you here. Stewie, good to have you here. Hey, Josh, nice to have you here as well. Don't forget to give us that thumbs up if you don't mind. We'd greatly appreciate it. And, yeah, we're having some fun tonight. I love it when Olav's here. So,
yeah. I love it when I'm here, too. The third nipple cult? What did you call that thing?
The third Nipple Crew. Yes. Third Nipple Crew. Hey, Phil.
Third Nipple Crew. Okay. I was going to say I'm starting a secret society. I may need some advice, but if it's a crew, I'm looking for a society. So.
Oh, I thought you were more into organizations.
No, I'm going after society for this one.
Oh, okay.
The optics are better. It allows me to hide my shadiness much better.
Well, that's all right. I had to start my liquid diet today because of my diverticulitis.
Yeah, how much bourbon do you have left?
I don't drink bourbon.
Oh, you don't drink bourbon?
No. I've actually been on water and lime today. Water and lime, and I cracked open my first Pepsi because I was getting a caffeine headache, so I figured I better crack one, otherwise I won't make it through the show. And hey, Cable Guy Matt. Hey, Olav, did you know that Cable Guy Matt is offering to all of our Spaced Out Radio listeners right now, this second, free pieces of coaxial cable that he will autograph. You can't buy these in stores, and it's limit 1 per household.
But does it have a BNC adapter?
I'm sure he can put a BNC adapter on. Yes.
If I can get some coaxial cable with 2 BNC adapters, I might be interested.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a desperate urge to set up a token ring in my house.
All right. We got the one feed going.
Cable Guy Matt should get that.
Cable Guy Matt does get that. He's laughing right now. He's laughing. All right, we're about 45 seconds away here, everybody. I want to remind everybody on YouTube.
That's a 9.
Absolutely. Hey, Nux, how you doing, man? Maureen, good to have you here. Dirty Filth, thanks for coming on in. Hey, Renee from New Zealand.
What's that name?
Exactly. All right, just want to remind all of you that the Super Chat is open, and we appreciate everything that you guys do for us. You can join our Space Travelers Club for $5 a month, as well as do a little shopping at the SOR Vault as well. Here we go, 20 seconds away, everyone. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Olav! 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 Olav!
Dave!
I know. It happens. Hey, Devin, how are you?
Horse is a horse, of course. And then there was a famous horse. Oh, sorry. And there was a famous horse, the famous Mr.
All right, music's on, my friend. Hey, Philip, how you doing, brother? Good to have you here. Let's have a good one tonight, people. No fucking around with the herbicide prices. Let's keep it straight and narrow. Here we go. What that means, I don't know. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and digitally on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. If you want to take a listen to our archives, we got them free for you at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and much more. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter for the show at Spaced Out Radio and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Paranoia Magazine editor Olav Phillips is here to discuss his research into a secret space program allegedly known as Solar Warden. We had many of our listeners ask for Olav or someone to come on and talk about this because it is such a secretive program that we shouldn't even know its name, yet we do. Since approximately 1980, a secret space fleet code named Solar Warden has been in operation unknown to the public. The program is allegedly not only operating classified under the U.S. government, but also under the United Nations Authority. We're going to get into this heavily tonight. Then at the bottom of hour number 3, I will bring you the SOR Newswire, brought to you by Paranoia Magazine. Mr. Olav Phillips, always a pleasure to have you on Spaced Out Radio. How you doing, buddy?
Greetings and salutations.
There it is. Hey, but it's always good to have you back on the show. We love you around here. What have you been up to?
Growing my hair out, growing my beard out.
Very nice.
Pacing in my backyard. I don't know. What is anybody doing? They're locked in their house.
Well, I mean, you're not very introverted. You're a guy who actually likes to go out, which is weird.
No, actually, I am extremely introverted, and I like to go out to places where there are no people. I'm actually oddly very introverted, surprisingly.
Well, that's nice. That's very nice. So, Olav, for people who may not be familiar with your work and everything that you do, I mean, you got one hell of a sense of humor, that's for sure. And I finally got the chance to meet you down in San Francisco. And you know what? You and I had talked on the phone for a number of years, and it was finally good to see, that you're actually the size of an offensive lineman in the NFL, but nonetheless.
I was a lineman. I was a lineman in high school.
Does not surprise me. I was a
left tackle.
Once again, does not surprise me. But when you look at everything that you have seen and heard over the last week with the UFOs and the disclosure that's happened on, can we call it disclosure? I guess not. But let's say the declassification of those UFO videos. What was your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, we'd already seen them. I mean, it just struck me as being very much about let's change the subject. You know, I mean, it's like of all the times in the universe, I saw a funny cartoon about that where it was like, you know, we're having the apocalypse where like my stash of toilet paper is worth more than gold, you know, and oh hey, let's release some UFO videos from the Navy, you know. I don't know. It just seemed that this misdirection for me.
Oh, your phone just went all staticky, my friend. Your phone just went all staticky.
Sorry. Is that better?
Nope, not even close. Not even close. While we're waiting for you to fix your phone, man. Renee wants to know, when it comes to Devil's Tower, are you Team Stump or Team Rock?
I'm going to go Team Rock. I've been there. I went there as a child. I've seen it from a distance as an adult, but I went there when I was a kid. I'm going to say that it's a huge rock.
Oh, you're terrible. You're terrible. You know, we're trying to have
so terrible.
Trying to have a decent conversation. No, your voice is fine, but your choice of whether or not you are a Team Rock or Team Stump is you know, I'm not sure about that.
I don't really understand the question. Are you telling me it was a huge tree? I mean, I don't get it.
Of course, it was a tree of life. You know, the stump has been petrified.
The tree, yes, the world tree.
Exactly. Much like what we saw in Avatar.
Yeah, that tree was different, but this is a family show, so we'll go there.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Anyways, my friend, you are someone who
6 weeks of being locked in my house.
Yeah, exactly. You are someone who stays up to date on the whole UFO aspect of everything. What was your thoughts when the Navy declassified everything?
Again, I thought it was a bit of misdirection. You know, it was kind of like if you're gonna pick a time to release some videos and go, well, and you're the Navy and say, well, you know, these might actually be UFOs. I mean, you do it in the middle of the apocalypse. This seems rather odd to me. I mean, you know, there's more play about the coronavirus. Yeah, nobody noticed.
No, and you know what? That's kind of the way I thought it was too. But you know, a good friend of mine pointed something out. Science Bob and I were talking about this the other night, and he actually opened my eyes to it. He goes, "Dave, did you read that first line?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Did you read it carefully?" And I had to admit that I didn't, because I just kind of quickly skimmed through it. And, you know, if you read that the right way, and the one thing that I always say to people when it comes to this field is read between the lines. And if you read between the lines pretty closely there, you know, it almost sounds like the Navy and the DOD, the Department of Defense of the United States, was throwing a little shot to the stars. Basically, in my opinion, after Bob pointed it out to me, it almost sounded like it was, okay, you got us on this one, but be damned if you're going to get us on the next one. We're just going to declassify these, and we are going to say, that's enough. We're done. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, there's a funny thing about how secrecy works, is that if you know, when you know something that's genuinely secret, right, is very, very dangerous. I mean, it will shorten your lifespan, right? But and they'll do things to keep that secret. Once it's been released and it's out into the public, there's an automatic assumption of, well, we've lost control of it now, so who cares? And by releasing it, you can no longer be blackmailed for it. So as long as To the Stars is the only people that have that video, and they got it through maybe shady means, then it hangs like the sword of Damocles over the Navy. But by releasing it, they kind of neuter the effectiveness of it.
Well, right? I was also talking to...
It's not secret anymore.
I was also talking to another source about this, and that source was saying that he's like, you know, the Navy is probably pretty upset about seeing the logo of the To the Stars Academy on their video. He goes, so why would you think that they wouldn't try and screw this group over? Never mind the fact that Chris Mellon has held high regarded positions and holds top secret clearance, same as Luis Elizondo. So, I mean, there's a lot going on there. A lot going on there, my friend.
Well, there's even more than that. I mean, if you want to take a look at To the Stars Academy, you can have a 4-hour conversation about the shady, spooky people that are hanging around that operation. You know, but as far as the videos, you know, I don't know, by releasing them, they can make it all about nothing. That they can release it and say, okay, well, we don't know what these things are. We caught them on video, you know, and then in a month they can discredit it. I mean, you know, you may have the To the Stars people on one side, but on the other side, you know, if they want to go that route, there's a massive disinformation engine inside the government and the DOD to discredit anything they want to discredit. But I would also argue to you that there's a second option.
Give me that.
Is that the only reason it came out in the first place is because they let it. Right? And because they had let it out, you know, now, and they let it out for whatever reason, part of some larger ulterior motive, you know, them releasing it is another step in the ulterior motive scheme that they're probably cooking with. So, you know, it also, I think it's demonstrable that To the Stars is an information release system for the DOD. That they're putting out things that they want to put out through the To the Stars.
Well, that could very well be. I mean, I don't believe for a second that a rock star put this together. I don't believe that for a second.
No. This is an operation that he put his name on it for whatever reason. I mean, probably because, you know, he wanted the notoriety for it or whatever, but there's something bigger going on here. And I would argue against this being any kind of disclosure. I think that what you're seeing is misdirection. I think that they know exactly what that stuff is. I doubt very highly that it's alien. You know, when you watch the videos, the pilots and the other guys, they're making comments, but that's just because they don't know what it is. So by releasing that, they're saying, see, if there is a UFO or something we can't explain, see, we put it out there, and you stop looking for the bigger stuff. Because as awesome as those videos might be, there was a leaked DEA video that is far better. And I, with my own eyes, watched something climb out of Area 51 that did all kinds of crazy stuff, you know. So if you want to see UFOs, them being unidentified, whether they're human or not, you know, you can go see them. You just have to know where to look. Right?
Absolutely. But, you know, I think for the most part, the public doesn't know or understand where they're going to be looking or where they should be looking. We do, who follow this type of program. We do, who have had UFO experiences. But for the majority of people out there, they have no clue, Olav.
Well, as my philosophy professor in college said, granted, I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, so this is a little bit of a loaded comment, but he said that most of the world is content with a six-pack and the 49ers. They, you know, we were talking about the allegory of the cave and this notion of people walking around inside this cave and the door's right there, but they can't see it. And, you know, I mean, that's true. Most people, they're perfectly content to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians, which is a terrible, awful show, and you know, not pay attention to things around them. I mean, look, Ed Grimsley, you know, God rest his soul, Ed Grimsley, you know, one day he bought a pair of third generation night vision goggles, went outside. It's like, oh, look at all the triangles flying over my head. You know, I mean, it doesn't take a lot to see them, but you have to want to. And I think most people are perfectly content not trying to understand it. They'll watch the X-Files, but they won't try to experience it.
No. I'm the opposite way. I've experienced and never seen the X-Files. I know.
I love the X-Files.
What am I supposed to do? Olav Phillips.
I love the X-Files.
I know you do, buddy. You love everything weird because you're You're weird like that. Olav Phillips is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. He is from Paranoia Magazine. Olav, when we look at everything that has gone down, last year it was within the first couple of weeks that there was already news about UFOs. Same as in 2018, and then again in late 2017 is when everything started. Why do you think we have waited up until now in order to have things happen? Wait until right nearly the end of April.
Well, you're talking about the Navy footage?
Everything. Like, it's been a boring year in UFOs so far.
Well, I mean, part of that is that, so far this year we've had some other things to think about. And I think that when, like everybody else, I'm no different than anybody who's listening to the show. I'm not special. I don't carry a special card or anything like that. I try to be observant. And, when you're watching the coronavirus count increasing, you're not thinking, well, I'm looking for UFOs. So, the number of people looking at the sky going, is there some, I mean, right now we should be, because there's no planes up there, and, but we don't, we get kind of bogged down in the day-to-day insanity of where we're at. So I'm not surprised. I mean, there's not a whole lot of anything going on other than the coronavirus. So, I'm not surprised it's been a boring year in ufology. I think that when people get back outside, outside their compounds, and they can unlock the gates and come out of the bunkers, I think people are going to see stuff again, because they'll be looking. And I think there will be a pent-up kind of need, cathartic need by people to see stuff and experience stuff and do stuff.
In your opinion, Olav, what are we missing? The entire field of ufology, what are we missing?
It's not so much that we're missing anything. I think there's plenty of people out there looking for whatever component of ufology they're after, whether it's cow mutilations or abductions or trace cases. And by the way, RIP to Ted Phillips, amazing trace case guy, probably the best guy in the history of ufology. But there are a lot of people that do different elements of it. I think the bigger problem that we have in ufology as an entity is the charlatans. I think it's the people that focus on the monetary aspect of it. I think that there are a lot of people out there that go out there on weekends just for the hell of it, and they don't make any money off of it, and they just do it for the love of doing it. And I think they see stuff, they document stuff, they catalog stuff, they track stuff, they do everything that needs to be done, but they're not seen. They're kind of pushed aside by the blue chicken people in the circle ships. We need to kind of end this notion that, that these people who are trying to rig ufology to make maximum dinero, we kind of got to get away from that and get back to the just trying to explore it and experience it and understand it.
Okay, so the biggest theory has always been that the best place to hide something, Olav, is right in front of where everybody can see it.
Yes, a wise man once told me that from a DoD perspective, the best place to hide it is under the flagpole. That's what they say in military parlance. They say that in spooky land, they say that they like to hide it under the flagpole. Absolutely.
All right. So my question to you is, where are they hiding this stuff? Where are the secrets? What should we be looking for that we aren't seeing?
Well, again, I would argue that you are seeing what you need to see, and I think that the primary problem is that people don't look up. Everybody looks down, and I think that if you look up, you'll see stuff. Look, I live somewhere in the range of the 32nd parallel, which is a UFO superhighway. I see weird stuff all the time. In fact, it used to be on Tuesday nights at about between 9 and 10. I've actually shot film of it and I posted it, but I'd have something really weird come out of the west, turn north and cruise up north. And I actually called my friend Chris once and I said, "Hey, there's something coming your direction. Let me know when it goes over your head." And it was outside of Portland. And he called me, I think, 10 minutes later and said it just passed over my head. And I just called the guy in Washington. 5 minutes after that, the guy in Washington saw it, stop at Mount Rainier and actually descend behind it. So, these things are there, but I think a lot of people just don't look. You have to want to find it. And I'm not talking about intention or flashlights or anything else. It's just you have to be curious enough to want to go see them. I mean, they're there. But I think they rely on this idea that most people won't look.
So where are the secrets?
Right?
Okay, when it comes to okay, so
you mean what basis should you look at?
No, we're not going there yet. We're not going there yet. Okay, when it comes to the story that the mainstream public is seeing, okay, I can see around it. You can see around it. Many people out there can see what we're not being told. But in your estimation, with what we are seeing on the mainstream, okay,
what are we not being told?
What is the mainstream public not being told about this? What do they need to know?
I think what the mainstream public is not being told is that we have some very sophisticated, very complex vehicles that we built. We designed them, we constructed them, we fly them. They're us. And we're flying them around up there doing all kinds of wacky stuff. And I think that they're not being told that there are objects that have crash landed on the earth, that have been seen flying over the earth, that have interacted with people, animals, structures, whatever, that don't belong to us. And we don't know what they are. Or maybe we do. I mean, but we as the public, we don't know. So that's one of the things that we don't know. So I think that them coming clean 100%, which I don't think will ever happen, saying, okay, there's a percentage of these things that we own. Don't worry about it. They're built by Lockheed. And then there's a little percentage, maybe 10%, that are things that aren't ours. They're not Russians. They're not Chinese. They're not Canadian or Peruvian or, Italian or French or anything else. We don't know what they are, but we're trying to figure it out, or we do know what they are and don't worry about it. I think that's what we're not being told.
Okay, so
does that answer the question?
Well, I think it does halfway. I look at the history too.
Okay.
I mean, everything we are seeing.
I'm not understanding.
Okay, when we look at the reports, we see the same talking heads. It's either Chris Mellon,
sure.
It's either Luis Elizondo or Nick Pope. When have we seen anybody different outside of those three? It's been a long time.
Well, that is, and that is a function of media, right? That they, these people are implied to hold some credibility for some reason. Maybe it's because they have a top secret clearance, or they were head of the UFO desk for the MOD, or they were head of the UFO desk at some obscure entity inside the Pentagon. So when I'm the producer of a TV show, I think to myself, well, I need somebody who's got some credentials I can check. I'm going to put them up there. And I think that they pick those people because they're media savvy. They put on the suit. They look good. They present themselves in such a way, so they're picked to do these things. I also think that I forget the name of it now, but there is a CIA program that has gone back from the very beginning of the CIA, where they have not journalists that they own, but they have what they term as friendly journalists that will pass information through.
Right.
And I think they do leverage those benefits, shall we say, to put the right people in the right places. Because remember, if I'm the government, whether I'm the Canadian government, the U.S. government, I'm the European Union, I'm the British, I'm the Irish, I'm the whoever.
Yes.
I want this to go. I want it to go away.
Absolutely. Save that thought. Save that thought, because we're going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Olav Phillips and Solar Warden chat tonight. All UFOs, all weird stuff. That's the way we do it here. Hop on the woo train tonight, because we're about to head off down the tracks. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's good times right there, man.
Okay.
I'm looking
I'm a little rusty.
I'm looking at my my picture on YouTube right now, And I swear, with the beanie I'm wearing, it looks like I have an elongated head tonight with my thanks to my camera angle. I think I have an elongated skull.
Maybe you do. Maybe they genetically re-engineered you.
I know. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, man. Thank you to Davey and to Science Bob for kicking off the super chat tonight. Appreciate that. Hey, Kyle Evans, thank you for coming on in. Justin, thanks for joining us. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. All right.
Say it again, just so you can.
No, always 3 times. And I bow my head in shame for the third one because she doesn't like me. But she listens anyways. I have to call I have to call my toque a beanie, otherwise you won't understand English, monk.
What'd you call it, a toque?
Yeah. They're called toques.
Is that some Canadian thing?
It's called proper English.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna say blue I can't even speak. Blue plaid tonight.
Actually, what was the one? No, it's more like a beige brown, reddish beige brown.
Oh.
I am wearing my Carhartt sweatshirt though, because it
Very
is
nice.
a tad bit cold.
Very nice.
I've got Carhartt head to toe today.
Oh, very nice. I am wearing my
I'm a Carhartt guy.
I am wearing my Phoenix Lights t-shirt tonight. And I'm wearing shorts.
Oh, I'm wearing my fake moon landing shirt.
Very nice.
My Stanley Kubrick presents the moon landing shirt.
Very nice. Very nice.
Oh, that's my night vision gear. I don't want to get that.
Mm-hmm. Monk is still having alien visitation. Yes, Science Bob. Okay. Yes, he is having aliens come around. He's got aliens, so he's just.
I have a dog.
Olav has aliens every now and again.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, not like they don't visit me like you, but I see light. What is my damn charger? I see lights in the sky.
I want to see. I got to find a website that tracks the Starlink, because I want to see that shit up in my sky, man.
Oh, I do too, man. I can't wait.
Yeah.
I was thinking the other day, I'm like thinking to myself, I really need to talk to Carhartt. They need to sponsor my ass. I got Carhartt shoes, dude.
You're an addict.
I have Carhartt shorts, Carhartt shirt, Carhartt shoes. Fuck. Where's my charger?
What'd you do? Trip?
No, I'm trying to find my charger.
Well, what'd you do with it? You leave it inside?
I don't know. No. Hey, this is my night vision gear.
All right, so
I got to repair my monocular.
All right, so there's the space station. I'm looking right now. All right, give me the Skylink. Come on, you dirty bastards. Let's go here.
Starlink.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait, man. High-speed internet access everywhere. Oh, there it is. Oh, my phone to cut out on you. See, now they get to see how boring I really am. You guys think I'm like this major nutball of it. So I'm like, where's my charger? No, I think I'm going to write a letter to Car, man. I need to sponsor me.
Science Bob saw Starlink tonight with his grandkids. I'm jealous now.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, me too.
I can't really take I don't have a GoPro. I can't really take the camera off and leave the radio show there, Sergeant. It's kind of hard. Hey, Lufon or No Fool, how you doing? Good early morning to you, my friend. Good early morning to you. Thank you for coming on in. Are you charging now?
No, I got one better. I'm charging.
All right.
Actually, it's kind of cloudy tonight. I don't think I'd be able to see it anyway.
Oh, these bastards.
Yeah.
Come on, I want to see this stuff. Don't be so boring.
I do have a GoPro. I have a GoPro and I have a generic, like, a cheapo GoPro clone thing.
Yeah.
I got to do more videos. I got to edit those videos for the Paranoid Traveler. I have about 6 videos that I got all the footage. I need to edit them together.
All right, buddy. We got about 45 seconds.
Okie dokie, and that's a 9.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
mystical bastard.
Alabama and Auburn are going crazy in the chat room here. The fighting words are already starting. Fighting words are already starting. Hey, Chris Mo, good to see you. Okay.
How about the Aggies? Go Aggies.
Bart wants to know: were you ever upset that your parents for not knowing how to spell Olav?
It's spelled right.
He's saying with an F.
I'm not a fucking snowman.
True.
No, I have the Swedish version. The Norwegian version has an F.
Okay.
It's the same name though.
Hold on, here we go. Thank you to Science Bob and to Davey for chipping on in the super chat. Remember, you can join our Space Travelers Club for $5 a month and do a little shopping at the SOR Vault. Here's the second half hour. Welcome back to the second half hour of Spaced Out Radio. Tonight, I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. Great to have each and every one of you with us. Want to remind all of you that if you missed portions of this show or others, you can definitely go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live there as well if you decide that you want to check us on out. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and much more. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show, and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Watching the chat rooms tonight, we got a couple of wars going on. See, I'm wearing a toque tonight. Now, for our American listeners, you call it a beanie. So it's beanie versus toque in the chat room. And then a couple of our Alabama listeners, Waylon and Science Bob, it is Alabama versus Auburn. I guess that's college football. I'm pretty sure it is, being a former sports guy. Actually, I'm 100% on that one. So we are monitoring the chat rooms here to see what's going to go on. Are the gloves going to fly off tonight? You never know. You never, ever know. That's what I love about it. Olav Phillips is our guest tonight. We are talking secret projects, black projects, Solar Warden, and UFOs tonight. Olav, welcome back.
Thanks. And you've got the Auburn fight down there. All I can say is go Aggies.
What the hell is an Aggie?
That's my team.
I just want to know what an Aggie is.
UC Davis.
Who?
It's a horse.
They named their
UC
university
Davis
after a horse.
The mascot, I'm pretty sure it's a horse. Yeah.
Now I got to look this up.
It's an ag school.
What is an Aggie?
I studied anthropology and sociology. I studied anthropology, sociology, and archaeology at the ag school of the UC system.
Aggies are ministers of the gospel too.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I don't know. I just know that's what they called them, and they had horses everywhere. And I worked in the veterinary hospital as a farm tech, so I don't know.
All right. Well, you know what?
The horses.
Both Alabama, I read a stat today because I like my football. I read a stat today that both Alabama and Auburn are both in the top 20 for sending players to pro. So if you have a son out there,
okay,
Bama and Auburn, two of the teams.
Auburn. Well, and along our theme for tonight, Auburn actually has a very good aerospace program.
Your phone's starting to buzz again, dude. All right, let's Let's get to some UFOs while we're here, man. And let's learn a little bit about Solar Warden. All right, this is a secret project that nobody's supposed to know about, but somehow you know about it and many others know about it. Take us back in history. What's this all about?
Well, I mean, the actual genesis of it is shrouded in mystery. I have my own theory of why it exists and what it is. It depends, but conventionally, this is something that Gary McKinnon, the hacker from England, he found a lot of stuff about, and he had hacked into DoD computers and NASA, and he had found a bunch of very interesting documentation about some program called Solar Warden. And there were ships, and he found the names of the ships and crew lists, manifests of equipment and other stuff, and that they were farting around all over the solar system doing things. And so based on that, he was caught. The U.S. government sought extradition to get him out of England, and they wanted to try him as a terrorist and send him to Guantanamo. The English, on the other hand, thought that was a particularly bad idea. And they actually turned down the extradition. And although he can't come to the United States, where he is actually flagged as a terrorist, he's perfectly fine in the EU and in England. So that's a lot of what we know detail-wise about Solar Warden comes from that, and things that people talk about. I mean, but the genesis of it, I have my own bend on the genesis of it, and I think depending on who you talk to, talk to 10 conspiracy nuts, and you're going to get 10 different answers on the genesis of Solar Warden. But there is also a second program that I heard about that was called Solar Warden. That's actually totally different than the secret space program. So there are for me at least, there are two different Solar Wardens. I'm assuming you're interested in the Gary McKinnon one, but the other one is quite fascinating as well.
Okay, well, let's learn about the Gary McKinnon one right now.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Well, I mean, don't forget, not very many people are familiar with this question. Stuff. Well, just start from the beginning. How did it come out?
Very vast.
How did it come out?
Well, he released some of the information that he had found. He said that he had hacked into these servers, and he was looking for UFO information, and he found, edited photos of the moon and Mars and a bunch of other things, and photos of things that he interpreted to be UFOs. And he basically went public because that was basically why he had done it. He had done it to expose the UFO cover-up, to force disclosure, and to do these other things. Now, for me, from my point of view, if you want to talk about the genesis of Solar Warden, we have to go back a little further than Gary McKinnon. But the McKinnon stuff, it really was about him trying to expose the UFO cover-up.
All right. So when you look at that and you look at the other side of this, is it alien in any way?
No, it's not. Solar Warden as an entity is not. The one thing I do want to point out that I forgot when I was on my tirade, I forgot to mention, was that one of the to me, very interesting things about what McKinnon had found is this idea that he found like crew lists and manifests and names of ships and this kind of stuff. And if you think about it, right, that we live in a bureaucracy. You live in a Canadian bureaucracy. I live in an American bureaucracy. Some of your listeners may live in a European bureaucracy, but they're all bureaucracies. And the one thing that, this is a point I think that most ufologists miss when they talk about McKinnon, that is a very interesting thing, because as a ufologist or conspiracy theorist or, whatever title you want to give yourself, I just say I'm paranoid. Most of them are looking for the smoking gun. There's a great story about Bob Oshler, about how Bob Oshler got set up for this when he basically got the smoking gun handed to him. But most people are looking, they want the UFO photo. They want the tangible, right? What McKinnon had found was bureaucratic debris. And if you think about it, if I'm the U.S. government, for example, I live in America, if I'm the U.S. government and I have a secret space program, right? I generate a phenomenal amount of paperwork just having it. If I want to move a person from one ship to another, there's a form. If I want to move equipment from one to another, there's a form. If I want to supply a ship, there's a form. If I want to fix it, there's a form. Well, what happens to those forms? Well, those forms are tagged as classified and put somewhere. Well, that's what McKinnon found. He found that bureaucratic debris. And I think that's very important because it's demonstrable that it is a system, it is an organization, and it functions in a bureaucracy that makes it even more believable to me. Because even Area 51 has paperwork. I mean, I once talked to a guy a long time ago who was involved in some CIA operations, and I asked, I said, well, when you do, this was a very long time ago, but I said, when you go in and you sell a bunch of guns off the record to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, they're fighting the Soviets. And like when you give them these guns, do you just like drive up in a pickup truck and hand them a bunch of guns? I was like, well, yeah, we drive up in a pickup truck, we hand them a bunch of guns, and then we want a receipt. Right? I mean, as asinine as that sounds, it's like, I want a receipt. So the Mujahideen leader has to sign the receipt saying, yes, you handed me, 27 Stinger missiles, and 15 assault rifles and 10,000 rounds of ammo. Sign here, hand it back. He goes back to his station chief and gives him the receipt and goes, okay, see, I didn't steal it here. I gave it to the Mujahideen guy. Well, the same applies to the secret space program. And that's what McKinnon had found. That's what really galvanized it for me and said, okay, we're really dealing with something here. Seeing lights in the sky, we all see lights in the sky. Maybe it's Starlink, which you're hunting for tonight. Or it's the ISS, it's Venus, it's a 737, whatever it is. It's a secret space plane. Who cares? Who knows? But that's a transient thing. This idea that there actually is paperwork, it means that it is a thing, that it is a governmental thing. And I think that's super important.
All right. So what type of projects were they said to be building or doing under Solar Warden? Well,
so the basic idea behind Solar Warden is effectively you have the space fleet, and the space fleet, it's a UN space fleet, but it's actually more than that, right? I would argue to you that it may be administered by the UN, but don't think of it in terms of just like the United Nations where a bunch of people sit in a circle and yell at each other. It's more galvanized than that. There's Chinese ships, Russian ships, American ships, Canadian ships, European ships, and they're all flying around and they're all managed centrally. So the idea that we know for sure via McKinnon is that they go out and they patrol the solar system. They actually go out to the far reaches out by Pluto, Neptune and Uranus, and they fly around in the Oort cloud and they patrol to make sure nothing bad is coming. And as far as facilities, there seemed to be information that, and I found photographic evidence that there's bases on the moon and Mars, and they use these bases for resupply and for communications and for a lot of other stuff.
All right.
So think of it as just a military base. It just happens to be on Mars.
When did all this get built? When did we put these bases up on Mars and the moon? Because a lot of people will have a lot of troubles believing that, my friend.
So I would suggest to you, from what I've seen, that the bases on the moon, at least, were built at the end of the 50s, like 59, going into 60. That there were two prevailing projects in the U.S. and one in the Soviet Union to build bases on the moon. And the moon is the most logical first step, right? It's the closest. We know a lot about it, et cetera, et cetera. So there was one called Lunex, which was a Air Force program, and there was one called Horizon, which was a Army program, and then the Soviet one was called Zvezda. And basically, the idea behind Lunex is that they would make ships, kind of like the George Powell Conquest of Space kind of thing, and they'd land them on the moon, and then they turn them into facilities. The Army one was more like pressurized Quonset huts buried in regolith. The regolith is the rocky material that you see on the surface of the moon. It's like moon dirt. They call it regolith, and so they bury it and then pressurize these Quonset huts. And at least for Horizon, the Army believed, with the Soviets, it's hard to tell, because there isn't a whole lot of information about it. But the Soviet one was actually, at least part of it was mobile, that they wanted to build this huge tractor thing that would like drive around and be a mobile headquarters, so to speak, for at least part of it. And they wanted a buried pressurized installation as well. As far as Horizon, the Army one, the Army believed, according to documentation, that by 1961, 1962, that they could have close to 100 soldier astronauts living on the moon. Lunex was more like 20 or 30, and then Zvezda is unknown. The tractor thing, I think it could carry 30 or 40 people.
All right, where were they putting these craft?
Late 50s?
Okay, so where were they putting these craft? And in the 50s and early to mid 50s, where did they find the technology for this?
Well, one of the things that you have to understand, okay, so there are a couple of different paths here, right? One thing that you have to understand is, as we embark on this conversation about something you might consider wooish, that the organization in the United States, at least, that is responsible for military technology is called DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Program Agency. And DARPA, if you ever know somebody who's worked at DARPA, and I've known a few people who've worked at DARPA, the question is always, how far ahead are you? And the fairly consistent answer that I get when I ask that question, because they won't tell you anything, but they will answer that question. The fairly consistent response I get is that they're about 100 years ahead of where we are in say, the commercial world. Now, as far as the technology, so you could argue this gets into the Bell and the Hannibal and Nazi UFOs and all that. You could argue that at least some of the technology that we used by the late 50s to early 60s, probably better, to get to the moon was derived from these experimentation at Derisi under Kamler. You can make that argument, I think, successfully. And one of the interesting things is that during the 60s, there was a whole slate of people who saw UFOs. There was like the UMO in Italy and all this other stuff. Well, there was a guy named Otto Binder. I think it was Otto Binder. There's a guy named Otto Binder who's actually very famous for a Men in Black experience he had. He wrote a book about it. But he had actually published an article in one of the men's magazines at the time, I think it was Sega, talking about the iconography of UFOs, the people had seen, the contactees when they were boarding them or whatever. And one of the things that he points out, aside from some symbols that were pretty prevalent, they actually mapped to other stuff, is that he said that when they were boarding the ship or when they saw the ship, that on the side they would see stencils. And these stencils would say like UK and then like a 5-digit number, UN 5-digit number, US 5-digit number, IT 5-digit number, CA 5-digit number. And, that clearly designates them as being human because no alien is going to write in English. But also these 2-letter acronyms, Canada, the United States, Italy, the UN, Russia, whoever, Soviet Union, SU, it very clearly denoted that the vehicle that they were entering was human derived and built. So, one pathway is the idea of using the Bell, this anti-gravity engine. And what's more interesting about the Bell, and when you're talking about could we do this by, say, 1961, right? The Walter Bosley has found very, very compelling evidence in the collages that this guy Delschow made around the time of the Arrows and NIMSA and the Sonora Aero Club, that he had made these collages of the mechanics of how these dirigibles worked, and at least in a couple of them he's actually found that the Bell was being used in the late 1800s, 1880s, 1890s. So if the Bell existed in the 1880s, 1890s and was used in these arrows, think of how far you would have gotten by 1945 when we're paper clipping these scientists and bringing them to the United States, or the Soviets at the time were hauling them off at gunpoint to work under Korolev. I think that for us in the United States and in the West, I think, we got it from by a paperclip, so did the Soviets, but I think we got it from the Germans, who had obviously got it through NIMSA from the late 1800s.
We've got about 4 minutes here before we got to go to break at the top of the hour. Olav Phillips is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Okay. You said a lot in there, and a lot of people may have, including myself, have a lot of questions. I mean, the Wright brothers didn't discover flight until the early 1900s. And you're saying that, we had the technology from a UFO back in the 1890s. I mean, that must have been like... I'm not saying we had the technology from a UFO. I'm saying we had the technology. I don't know where they got it from. You could argue that we've had that technology, since the ancient Indians that they talk about in India in the Vedas, and, these exotic, aircraft that they had built that they talk about in the Vedas. Maybe they just found it that way. I mean, we don't know where it came from. That's what I'm saying. All right. So, with that being said, that would have put geez, I'm getting tongue-tied
here. You're
here.
asking about the Wright brothers. Well, no, I got you. So you're curious because, the Wright brothers, right? Well, first of all, you have to remember the history is written by the victors. When you're talking about the Wright brothers, technically the Wright brothers were not the first people to do flight. There was actually a guy in Lincoln, California, up by Auburn, that supposedly built an aircraft with a steam-powered engine, I think 4 years before the Wright brothers did their work at Kitty Hawk. So there's a lot of these little hot spots everywhere where people actually beat other people to the punch. But I would argue to you that because of the nature of NIMS and the Sonora Aero Club, is that they were so secretive that they didn't release the information. It's kind of like DARPA. They've had quantum computers for decades. That doesn't mean that I can go down to, well, I can't say Radio Shack anymore, go down to Fry's Electronics and buy a quantum computer, right? But we've had them for decades. So they keep it secret. That's just the way it works.
All right. So if they're keeping it secret, all right, back in the 1900s, we didn't even really know how to build a lot of things out of metal, man. Yes, we were putting up buildings and square structures and rectangular structures, but that's pretty much it. Okay. There wasn't any, right. The first airplanes for the first couple of decades were all built out of wood.
Sure. That's absolutely correct.
So putting something...
But you also have to remember is that...
Go ahead.
Well, you have to remember that when you're talking about the Sonora Aero Club and you're talking about NIMSA, in 1897, they built dirigibles. They built airships made out of wood. It's just they apparently used something that looked like and functioned like the bell with the counter-rotating pieces to generate power. And they used this strange serum to power them that sounds an awful lot like this, the stuff that they use to power the bell. So, the bell is generating power. It could be made out of iron, right? And it's generating it. Well, maybe by the time the Germans are really starting to mess with it under Kammler in the mid-40s, they're building it out of steel, or they're using more exotic metals, which the Germans completely had access to. The first known nuclear accident was Werner Heisenberg. In the 40s, he had a containment breach in a nuclear reactor in Germany. So they were playing with nuclear reactors in Germany, before we ever built the bomb. So, these things exist. We have the capability to do it. It's just what you would see in 1897 is far more primitive than what you would see in 1944 and 1945.
All right, Olav, you hold on right there because we're going to go to break here at the top of the hour. Olav Phillips is our guest tonight. He is the editor of Paranoia Magazine. We are talking secret space programs, Solar Warden, UFOs, government secrets, and we'll figure out what his favorite topping on a hot dog is down at the ballpark. More with Olav Phillips on Spaced Out Radio in Hour 2 coming up. Has to be onions and cheese. Perfect hot dog.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, buddy. I'm going to leave the commercials on here for our audience. I'll be right back. I just got to run the dogs outside, so bear with me, okay?
Yeah, no problem. I'll be here.
All right, buddy. Stay with us, YouTube. We're hanging on out. We're just on break.
Are you intrigued by Paranormal Talk Radio? You'll love the new Paranormal Radio app from TalkStream Live. You'll find a great selection of talk shows covering UFOs, ghosts, strange phenomena, and much more. Download the Paranormal Radio app now and start listening to the very best in paranormal talk entertainment, including the network you're listening to right now, the Paranormal Radio app, free in Google Play and the iOS App Store.
The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the story you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
I'm feeling a little spicy tonight. What to do? What to do?
Why not get Bumblefuck?
4 million Scoville units of pure hard rock. Bumblefoot hot sauces come in 3 flavors. The burning Bumble. Tone it down a bit with Bumblicious and throw the sauce on everything.
Spice it up. Bumble me, baby. Bumblefoot hot sauce. Get it today at kajans.com.
For the price of 1 cup of coffee a month, you can become an SOR Space Traveler. The Space Travelers Club is a place where you can interact with other listeners, either live during the show or on our great forum. We want your stories, pictures, comments, and ideas. You'll get live video streams, exclusive content, and be a part of our newsletter. Stay in touch with everything SOR. The Space Travelers Club is just $5 a month at spacedoutradio.com.
Get your horns up with me on Spaced Out Radio. This is Ron Bumblefoot Thal. Come tune in to SOR where you can hear me rock out with Little Brother Is Watching, the official theme song of Spaced Out Radio. And then come on over to bumblefoot.com where you can find out about my tour schedule, my music, and everything else. Bumblefoot.com keeps you up to date on what I'm doing and the best way to stay in touch with my music and music camps. Sign up for my newsletter at bumblefoot.com and remember, Little Brother Is Watching.
Hi, this is Amber Beckrud, and I want to invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel where we store all of the SOR show archives for free. And as an added bonus, every 2 weeks I'm posting brand new content on Cryptid Tales, where I will get into some of the spookier legends and folklore from around the world and tell the stories that go with them. Find us at youtube.com/spacedoutradio and check out Cryptid Tales today. Drop a comment and let me know what you want to hear. See you there.
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky smooth. Use promo code SOR2019 at mightymoosebeard.com today.
The party is always on at the Moose Vancouver. The Moose Vancouver is where you want to be when visiting Canada's West Coast. Open until 2 a.m. nightly, the Moose cranks up the rock while serving some of the best rated food in the city. The menu starts at $6.95. Why party anywhere else in Vancouver when the Moose is right there? Get your...
Me too.
Are you back, Olav? I'm back.
I'm here.
All right.
You just asked me complicated questions.
I know. You must be tired because you're not as yippy as you usually are. This isn't the Olav that I know and love.
All right, I'll work on it.
All right.
I haven't done this in a while.
You're a little standoffish tonight.
Okay, hour number 2. We'll go full burner.
All right. Sounds perfect.
Okay. I've been locked in my house for 6 weeks.
I know the
It's a little
feeling.
crazy. Yes.
Hey, little Marky Spender,
Loose jokes, please.
who's listening in, my buddy Mark. Hey, cable guy Matt, I know you're still listening and watching. We need to get a piece of autographed coaxial cable here in the studio so that way we can show the people what they're missing out on.
That is so funny.
Oh, yeah.
That is so funny. I worked at a place with token rings when I first became a sysadmin.
Oh, yeah. Very cool. Very cool. We got like 100.
Very hard.
We got like 100 people watching right now. I want to see somebody in the. I want to see you all in the chat room. I want to see you all in the chat room. Hey, Ken Mount, how you doing? Thank you for coming on in. I appreciate that.
You should do it on Zoom. Zoom as well.
Science Bob, is your colon diverted, Dave? No, not yet. Not yet.
That could be painful.
Olav is melting like a snowman right now.
I am.
Yeah. All my snow is almost gone, though. That's always nice.
That's good. I didn't get any snow this year.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Fabster.
We get a dusting about every 5 years. About every 5 years, we get a dusting.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I wish I had just got it. I miss the days of a dusting. No, I don't. I love the snow. I'm not going to lie. I love the snow. I love driving in it. I love everything about it. I really do. It's even the cold.
I'm moving back to it.
Even the cold is nice. Like, I really enjoy the cold, but it's the wind that kills me. It's the wind. Hey, Overbuilt, how you doing?
I don't mind the wind either.
No, the wind sucks, dude. Like when you got like minus 30 Celsius and then you got a wind chill factor taking it down to like minus 45, minus 50, that's cold. That sucks. It really sucks.
Well, I've done that.
I know you have. Hey, right before we come back here, I want to remind everybody the Super Chat is open and do a little shopping at the SOR Vault to grab your Spaced Out Radio swag today. Here we go with hour 2. Music's on.
Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter.
Let's do this thing.
Spaced Out Radio.
Here we go.
And on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates across North America and on the digital side on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter, the show at Spaced Out Radio, and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Hydragerism. I probably pronounced that totally wrong. It's probably, I don't know. Hydragerism. That's the old, I'm just leaving it at that. I don't know how to pronounce the password, but the clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, which is updated daily. From Paranoia Magazine, Olav Phillips is here tonight talking about secret space programs. Solar Warden. We're getting deep into the black tonight. So, Olav, welcome back.
Thank you. What does that mean exactly?
What?
The password.
Exactly.
What is that?
Exactly. That's the answer.
Confused. What is that?
I always get people asking. It's a little bit of a riddle, okay? People always ask, what's the password for?
Sure.
The answer is exactly.
Fair enough.
Exactly. That's it.
Fair enough.
You got it. You got it. Right? You got it. Absolutely. All right, my friend. Let's get deep into the black projects here. We were talking about Solar Warden the last half hour in regards to everything that is up in the sky and in the stars. And you're saying that for a long time we have had bases on the moon. We've had bases on Mars. where are all these people? Are they stationed up there for their lifetime when they volunteer for this?
That I really don't know. I mean, it's something that, you know, you need to have one of them to tell you, and I have never met one. I mean, there are people, you know, like Captain K who claim to have been stationed at those bases. I found his story particularly interesting because he was very clear about what he wouldn't want to answer. You know, I asked him once, I said, well, you know, what are the names of some of the ships, right? And he's like, I don't know, I was never on them. And that makes a lot of sense in that kind of context. But I really don't have an answer. My assumption would be is that they rotate them around, but also bringing them back to Earth from being up there, you know, it's a bit dangerous. So it might be a lifetime operation. I really don't know.
All right. So what kind of craft are we getting them up there? Because, I mean, that's a lot of rockets, man. That's a lot of rockets.
Well, I don't think I don't think they're using a chemical rocket. I mean, that would make no sense. It's not efficient. It's too expensive. It's also too obvious. I mean, you know, anybody who lives around anywhere where they launch rockets, whether you're in Florida or White Sands or anywhere, you know, when you launch a rocket, it's pretty obvious that there's a rocket going off. So what I think you're seeing is that there's a class of space plane or, you know, some sort of a anti-gravity vehicle of some kind that they use to lift these guys up. These people up to these bases. And you know, I mean, I have a very nice spot in the Sierra Nevadas, and I go up there, and you know, you can see stuff climbing out of Area 51, and it's like, you know, is that just a spy plane? Is that a space plane? You know, I'm not sure, but you know, it could theoretically be one of these vehicles that they're using to lift people. So, you know, it depends, I guess. But I do believe they're using an anti-gravity vehicle to actually get them up there because it would be quiet and you can pretty much launch it from anywhere.
Is that what
you're not going to make a lot of?
Is that where we see the TR-3Bs come into play?
Yeah, it could be. The TR-3B would definitely be a candidate for that. They'd have to be quite large. I mean, I had a sighting myself down by a little town called Sunol. I saw a triangular aircraft that was at least the size of a 747, it's not bigger. So, you know, that could lift, if it was the size of a 747, just with the fuselage of a 747, you know, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of people. This thing, it was as wide as a 747, but it was solid. It was fairly high. So, you know, it probably could have carried 500, 600, 700 people.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I saw it at low altitude.
Well, that reminds me of Michael Schratt. He said in I guess it's Ronald Reagan's diaries or autobiography where he made a quote that we had shuttles that could fit 300 people in them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a child of the 80s. I remember when they launched the space shuttle program, and you know, I watched those computer generated scenes of the shuttle taking off and landing on the runway on the moon and whatever. But yeah, I mean, you know, Reagan talked about that. He also had his famous, you know, what if there was an external threat speech. But more importantly, you know, the head of the Skunk Works, he was speaking at this goes to the technology. I meant to bring this up earlier, but it applies here too. He was speaking at a Caltech alumni dinner, and he said, not only do I have the technology to take ET home, I got the contract. So we have the technology, and if we have the technology, we can build vehicles large enough to carry these, however many number of people we want to take up there. I don't think that'd be a challenge.
So if you had that type of aircraft, you're looking at probably what? The size of a C-5 Galaxy?
Bigger than that.
Bigger.
The C-5s, oh yeah. No, this thing, the thing that I saw, it was triangular, and it was at least the wingspan wide of a 747, if not larger. So each side of the triangle was like a 740, the width of the wingspan of a 747. So it was a 747 long, 747 wide. The wingspan, not the fuselage, the wingspan. It was quite large, and it was silent. Made no noise at all.
Well, very cool. And okay, so you see this craft. What was it doing? Where did you see it?
I saw it going over a valley. I was driving through this valley, and it was flying with the bottom of it just below the fog. So if you've ever been to the San Francisco Bay Area, we get quite a bit of fog, especially in the more outlying areas. And this is a bit of a rural stretch from the Silicon Valley north. And I was driving through this valley, and there was a fog layer at the height of the hills, and this thing descended below the cloud layer. The fog layer just kept kind of cruising west very slowly, very silently. It was matte black, but it was so big I could see the rivet.
Okay, so how far away from this were you again?
1,500 feet. It was about 1,500 feet above me.
Where would they
I drove right under it.
Okay, but where would they manufacture something like that?
Well, there's a lot of places. I mean, they could do it at was it Plant 17 down in Palmdale? I mean, there are a bunch of places you can make this stuff. I mean, it's, you know, even Cold Lake. I mean, up your direction, Cold Lake is known to have some very weird stuff flying around. You know, I mean, if you look at the Earth, right, there's plenty of places that are fairly desolate where you could build it. You could build it underground. I mean, even the Germans did that in World War II, right? That they had massive underground manufacturing facilities for the Messerschmitt 262 and the V rockets. They built all that stuff underground, and they hollowed out, you know, they had these massive caverns. I mean, they were building missiles underground, and they could stand the missiles upright. So, you know, yeah, there's plenty of places you could build these things. Russia, you know, there's an entire half of that country that is mostly unoccupied. And even in the United States, Canada, there are huge areas where there's nothing.
Okay, so I understand that, you know, but you still have to take these craft off.
Yeah, but they lift off vertically. You're not talking. You don't need a runway. You don't need rockets that make all kinds of noises. The thing just lifts straight up. Again, I watched something climb out of Area 51. It was just a light to me, but I mean, the ascent of that thing was obtuse. I mean, it was like a hockey stick, you know, that kind of sloping of the hockey stick, and the thing just went straight up. Made no noise. I mean, it was fast. I've never seen anything like it, but you know, you don't need runways and all this other stuff to launch something that's got anti-gravity.
True, but you do
take a spot and go.
But you do need a lot of secrets, and that's a lot of NDAs. That's a lot of people who would have worked on these projects. You know, I'm not thinking of the people who build the craft. I'm thinking of the people on the grounds crew, the pilots, the everything that goes around that. Tower control.
Yeah, but you're also dealing with military programs. That their ability to keep these things secret is exponential. Take Bob Lazar, for example. I'm a big believer in Lazar. He's a nice guy. I met him a long time ago. Really sweet guy. I talked to him about it. He told me the story to my face as I was sitting across his desk from him. He believes what he saw, but that doesn't, and I don't think he's lying, but that doesn't mean that what they told him is true. So, you know, you have people, they could truck down to some skunk works facility out in the middle of Utah or Idaho or, you know, North Dakota or wherever. They truck down there, they do their job. They're told, oh yeah, you're working on a normal airplane. They wouldn't know, you know, like I knew a guy, he was a machinist, and what he did is he made a nut. All he did is all day, all night, he made these nuts. It's just like a big nut. He had no idea what this thing did, right? And then one day, you know, years later after he retires, he goes to a museum somewhere, and they have a reconstruction of a nuclear reactor for a submarine. He's like, oh my God, that's my nut. That's the nut that I spent my entire career making. So, you know, they're so compartmentalized. There's so much secrecy. You know, I think that Lazar absolutely believes what they told him. That doesn't mean that it's true. It just means that's what they told him. And he is accurately telling you the story that whoever they is, told him. So they could go every day to this weird airfield out in the middle of nowhere and see these triangular shaped ships launch, right? And not know that it's anti-gravity because they don't put the dots together. But also, if you're launching something as big as what I saw, and you're not rolling over your crews on a constant basis, you don't necessarily need to launch those a lot, right? You only need to launch them occasionally. So it doesn't mean that just because we have this huge football field sized, triangular craft that I saw, just because I saw that one, well, there may only be 5, right? It doesn't mean that a fleet doesn't mean that there are thousands of these vehicles. There are just a few. And so, they launch them once in a while. They'll launch them from somewhere where there are no people. And there you go.
Okay. So do they have these bases? What is it? These hidden bases? Like, we don't know what happens at Diego Garcia. We don't know what happens with these secret bases that are allegedly on these abandoned islands in Alaska. We really do not know. Well, is that where they would be parking these?
No. Maybe they're launching them underwater. I mean, we've heard persistent stories for decades about USOs and people seeing triangles pop out of the water. Maybe they're launching them from under the water. I mean, if you're an anti-gravity vehicle, it doesn't really matter where you launch it from. I mean, I can launch it from my backyard. But if you want secrecy, the ocean would be a perfect place to launch them from. And I will tell you a very strange story that a submariner told me once.
Okay, do that. We got about 7.5 minutes.
Okay, so this guy, he was on the crew of a hunter killer submarine, and nuclear powered. And his tour was in the Atlantic, and they would go. Where would they go out of? I want to say they were going out of Texas or somewhere, but they would go out. They would go down. Oh no, maybe it was Virginia. But anyway, they would go down toward Florida. Cuba, Bermuda Triangle, and all that stuff. Well, there's a secret weapons facility down there that's run by the Navy called AUTEC, and it's where they test all their exotic weaponry. He said that when they would go down there, that every submarine had to pass through at least one of these portals. And there were a series of them in different spots, because obviously you don't want to always take the same route, right? Just in case, the Russians would track you or whatever. So they had different ones and they'd move them or whatever. But basically it would degauss the submarine. And it's like, okay, well, why are you degaussing a submarine underwater? So they would have to pass. And are they actually degaussing the submarine? Who knows what they're doing to it. But every time they went into this area that's in the Bermuda Triangle zone, they would have to go through one of these areas to be quote unquote degaussed. So why would you do that? What's under the water at AUTEC that you're trying to hide? Right?
Okay.
So maybe AUTEC is one of the launch sites for these vehicles. I mean, it's near the Bermuda Triangle. If you see a huge triangle fly over the Bermuda Triangle, you're not going to step back and go, oh, well, that's weird. There's a triangle, flying over the Bermuda Triangle. It's quite the inverse. You're going to say, okay, well, there's a triangle flying over the Bermuda Triangle. That makes sense. And there's a triangle in Bermuda. There's a triangle off Alaska. So there are a series of these triangles. There's one off Japan. There's a series of these triangles that exist around the Earth. There's one up north toward Norway. Maybe they're launching them from these triangles of anomalous activity because they can cover it up and go, well, that's a UFO. See how UFO believers are crazy. They do stuff like that. I mean, when the A-12 was being tested by the CIA actively put people into UFO sighting groups so that when they saw the A-12, it was the SR-71, when they saw the A-12 go bolting over their heads, they go, no, that's not a super secret spy plane that goes at like Mach 4 plus. No, that's a UFO. So, they use UFO and anomalous activity many times as a cover story for, things that they're testing.
I understand that. Everything's a cover-up. Everything has its own little secret blanket all over it. But it still doesn't. It's still. Have you ever? Let me ask you this, as we've got about 4 minutes before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Okay. Have you ever met or had someone approach you saying that they were a pilot or a grounds crew member or worked in a control tower where these craft are allegedly based?
No. I have had people approach me about exotic weaponry, but never exotic aircraft. So I have talked to people who claim that they worked in exotic weaponry, but never aircraft, ever. And I think it's just because the level of secrecy that they can obtain in the aircraft domain it's just higher. I mean, there's not a lot of. I mean, we only know about the Aurora because the person who was handling the budget for the Air Force messed up. They didn't redact the name of it, but that was somebody who was a clerk typist who just forgot to put X's over Aurora. So they can maintain a fair level of secrecy over this stuff, especially with compartmentalization. But yeah, weapons, yes. Aircraft, no.
So why do you think that is? Why are people so secretive when it comes to the aircraft?
I think maybe because there are people on board it. I know it sounds weird, but I think it's because there's a crew and there's a pilot, where when you talk about a weapon system, it's a cannon. It's just a machine. There's a different connotation to it because some dude isn't piloting it, right?
So it's a large drone, in your opinion?
No. I think they're piloted by people, but I think there's a different. For the people keeping the secrets, I think there's a lot more on the line because there are lives on the line with it versus a cannon, which is, you hook it up to the electrical system and it fires a laser, for example, right? If that goes wrong, there's nobody's going to, it's not an airplane that's going to crash. Where if the secrets get out about airplanes, it's like, okay, well, there are crews on that plane and maybe somebody's figuring out how to blow them out of the sky. Right, so there's a different level of risk. It's like a risk tolerance, maybe. I mean, I've heard about satellites. I've heard about rail guns. I've heard about lasers, all kinds of stuff, but never about aircraft. So, of course, I don't have a lot of people approach me either. It's very rare. I've only had probably 2 or 3 people in my entire life approach me, and they're funny stories. I mean, when the people come to you and they want to talk about it, yeah, it's happened 3 times. And they're always very strange situations. They're always really weird to have happen.
All right. Do you believe this technology, as we've got about a minute left, and we may have to carry this over, do you believe this technology does come from extraterrestrials?
No. Well, let me rephrase that since I have a minute. Maybe. I think some of it may. But I think some of it is ours as well. I think we cooked some of it up, and I think some of it may come from extraterrestrials because there are inexorable jumps in the level of technology that exists. You go from the vacuum tube to the transistor, in a few years. That's a little shady, but in general, I would say that we probably developed most of it ourselves.
Olav, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we could get into something deep and heavy here. But, when we come back, I think we should take a trip down the whole idea of alien technology, where this is being hidden. What have we had aliens crash? Have we made contact?
Well, I got a story for you.
Oh, perfect. Let's do that when we get back. Olav Phillips is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. He is the editor of Paranoia Magazine, and we love having him on this show. We are going to be getting into some ET-type technology talk, shall we? Hey, like I said earlier, we're hopping on the woo train, so we got to make sure that we're rolling down the tracks just fine, loaded with Woo. Coming up on Spaced Out Radio. There we go. We're clear. It's good stuff.
Better?
Oh, we're clear. Yeah.
Better?
Who? Yeah, much. That's Olav. That's the Olav I know and love. There he is.
All right.
We're taking Sunday nights out of
maybe
this
I want to
world
turn the
on
commercials
Spaced
off so
Out
I can
Radio.
actually hear you. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
That's the story that I heard. The story that I heard will make your toes curl. But it is, as you pointed out, when you do talk to those guys, it is very weird. And it has only happened to me 3 times. It is very, very, very strange.
I haven't had anybody like that come up to me yet.
Oh, I have. And it's peculiar.
Yeah.
Twice on the telephone and once in person. And it is it's very strange. It's the only way I can describe it. 2 of them were really, really strange. And one of them has to do with Solar Warden.
Oh, nice. Now we're getting into some stuff. Now,
Well,
I'm just proud.
Yeah.
I'm just proud that thanks to my friendship with Science Bob, that the Men in Black have been looking at me now, all because of Science Bob. I lived a nice, honest, clean Canadian life. Science Bob comes around, and next thing I know, Men in Black are saying, "Who's this foreigner you're talking to, Science Bob?" Oh yeah. Oh
you must have a clearance.
Oh, Science Bob got me in trouble. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. Thanks, Science Bob. I know he's sitting back laughing right now. I know he is because he's in the chat room here. So I know he's having a good laugh. Yeah, I got you, you fucking Canadian. I got you. I can hear it now. I got you, you Canadian bastard. Oh, yeah. It's kind of funny.
You are a Canadian bastard.
I am a Canadian bastard. I am a Canadian bastard.
We'll call it fair.
All right. What the hell? Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
Why not?
Why not?
Unless Science Bob disappeared. I thought he would have responded to that by now.
Oh, he's gone off the rails now.
Oh, yeah. He's reporting on in. A Canadian bastard is talking about this private shit again.
Can't be involved. Men in
Don't
Black are coming.
Don't trust that Canadian bastard. Oh, yeah.
Men in Black are coming.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can hear it now.
Coming for you.
Science Bob's winding him up. Oh, yeah. By the way, any other...
Calling them up as we speak.
Exactly. By the way, to any other spooks or anybody who's watching us tonight, hello, how are you? Feel free to call me sometime. Especially you, Gene, in D.C. I'm still waiting for your phone call. That would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool if that happened.
Maybe. It could also be very frightening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know.
I know. I've been there.
I know you have. You're Olav Phillips, man. Of course you have. Olav fucking Phillips. Oh, let's see here. What do we got going here? I wonder if Bob fell asleep. I think Science Bob fell asleep. Or he's on a phone call. It's one of the two.
Yay! I have the power to put you to sleep.
No. Well, it's... Oh, there he is. There's Science Bob. He's not asleep. He was in a laughing phase then. Or he was in the bathroom. One of the two.
Yay.
One of the two. No, not taking calls, HL. Not taking calls. I will take your questions from the chat room for Olav, though. I will do that. I know. Science Bob, my hero.
Yeah.
He is the wind beneath my wings. He is my personal Bette Midler song.
So cheesy.
Hey, I'm Canadian. That's how I roll. That's why we're funny and we send funny people down south.
I don't know. Maybe I should come north.
No, what the hell? It's time to get bumblefucked.
Why not?
Come on down. The water's great. Why not? Everybody else is doing it, so you should too.
Go north?
Yeah. Just show up. Just show up.
Okay. Well, right now I can't cross the border. You guys won't let us in.
Well, I mean, you know, we do have some standards.
Especially for me. Don't let that Olav guy in.
I did cross and pooted. I don't get that, Science Bob. I don't get that. Oh, Science Bob's going to call me up tomorrow. What the hell are you talking about, you dirty Canadian bastard? With the gut problems?
You are a dirty Canadian bastard.
Totally. I am.
I'm a dirty American bastard, so we're even.
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go, guys. Thank you to Kyle and Doc for chipping on in, joining Bob and Davey in the super chat. We're going to get the second half of the show going right now. There's the thunder. Thunder. Feel the thunder. Olav and the thunder. Thunder.
Thunder
All right.
From down under.
There's the music. Here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott, hanging out with all of you from SOR headquarters. Thank you so much for spending your precious time with us. And I want to just remind all of you that you can check out all of our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Good to have you all here as well. And don't forget, you could read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, crank up some Bumblefoot. It's all at spacedoutradio.com, our website. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, as well as my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Olav Phillips from Paranoia Magazine is here tonight. We're talking Solar Warden, secret space program, alien technology. Let's get deep into it tonight with Olav. Olav, how you doing, buddy?
Hanging in there.
Excellent. Greetings and salutations to you, my friend, as we kick off this part of the show. Alien technology. There is always this big wonderment on whether or not we have any extraterrestrial technology or we've traded technology for people, according to, you know, President Eisenhower and the known or unknown created treaty. Holloman Air Force Base.
That's the Holloman. Yeah, that's a Holloman argument.
Yeah.
For sure.
Do we have ET technology?
Well, so from my point of view, right, I would say yes, because I believe that there have been vehicles that have crashed on the Earth. So inevitably, if something has crashed on the Earth, being the way we are, we fetch it, and then we take it apart and we amalgamate that technology via DARPA into whatever we're doing. So I would argue, yeah, sure. I'm sure we have some. And I don't know how much, but I'm sure we have some. And I think there's fairly good evidence that at least a few times these vehicles have crashed on the Earth.
All right. So do you think we got that from Roswell, or do you really believe that we have done things like trade humans for technology?
I don't believe we've traded humans for technology. So from my point of view, when I think about aliens, you're expending so much energy to come here. And remember, you know, energy is the currency of the cosmos. That in order for them to go from wherever they are to here, whether it's a wormhole or they can fold space or they can psychically project themselves or they throw Twinkies out the window, however they get here, It takes an enormous amount of energy. So if they're going to spend that much energy and not eradicate us, they're coming here for some other reason. And I like to think of it in terms of Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. So when I was a little kid, there was a show called Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. It was very different from TV shows today because Marlon Perkins, man, he got into it, right? So my favorite one, the one I'll remember until the day I die, he's up in one of those huge helicopters, you know, the whole like MASH looking helicopter,
Yes.
or Hawaii 5.0 with the pontoons. Yeah. So he's up there in one of those, and, you know, he's commenting, look, we're watching the buffalo, and these majestic buffalo are going across the plains. He's waxing poetic about the amazing buffalo. And he's like, now we're gonna do some science, right? And he gets out a tranquilizer rifle. And, you know, back in the late 70s and the 80s, you know, good old Marlin, he downed that buffalo with the tranquilizer rifle. None of this, let's cut to, you know, a computer animation of a tranquilizer, you know. He actually shot the buffalo with the tranquilizer rifle. Buffalo falls over. It's assaulted by all these vets and scientists, and they're poking it and prodding it and putting tags on it and all this stuff. I think that's what you're seeing here. I think that when a UFO, if it's an alien UFO, comes here to do something, I think they're watching us. I think they're documenting our society or culture. They're tagging some of us, you know, with biomedical monitoring devices. You know, they ask us questions and they abduct us and whatever. But I think that the MO is one of observation and analysis. There's no benefit to the aliens to come here unless they want to harvest us as a food source. There's no real benefit to them coming here and just saying, okay, well, we're going to fly around in the sky and then take a bunch of people back to Zeta Reticuli and barbecue them. I don't think that's what's going on. And if they have enough energy production that they can go from, say, Zeta Reticuli to here, blowing us off the face of the earth would not be very challenging. So I don't think they're here to invade us. So I think what you're seeing is scientific operations. That doesn't stop us from blowing them out of the sky, or, you know, it's a mechanical device. Maybe it malfunctions and they crash or whatever. But I also think they've been coming here for a very, very long time, not just based on the rock art and the artistic representation. But, you know, I heard a story once upon a time from somebody that I would say is a good source of a story that he heard that would indicate they'd been here for a very, very long time. So, you know, long story short.
Olav Phillips is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Okay, so with this, we always want to say that all of this technology is hanging out at Area 51, and we've all heard the Bob Lazar story. Many believe it, many do not. I think you and I both are on the believing category of that, and that's still quite the hot debate going on in the field of ufology today, even, and it's 30 years. It absolutely will. And are we storing this at Area 51, or are there other bases out there, Olav, that they're probably keeping these secrets?
Well, they're persistent rumors of the Blue Room at Wright-Patterson. Makes sense. It's where the Foreign Technology Division is. Back in the 90s, there was a release of these strange computer models. This was back before, you know, you could make wireframe computer models on your laptop. This was in the old days, right, when you needed something significant to make a wire model. That came out that apparently were tagged Wright-Patterson Air Force Base Foreign Technology Division, WP FTD. I don't think they're at Area 51. Area 51 is a skunk works facility. Lazar claimed to be at S4, which was adjacent to Area 51. I think you're also looking at the Blue Room, or not the Blue Room. You're looking at Dugway out in Utah, other White Sands, and there are a bunch of facilities all around, especially in the Southwest and in the high desert, where they're probably storing this stuff and messing around with it.
All right, let's get to some questions from our audience here. Justin is asking, Olav, what do you know about the Wilson leak and what private company he may have been dealing with?
Actually, I don't know about that one.
That's the Admiral Wilson leak that both Richard Dolan and Grant Cameron were let out earlier this year. which was supposed to be a spaced out radio story.
I don't know about that one, but there is a very interesting one with Bob Oshler that goes way back. If you're interested in that, but I'm not familiar with the Wilson leak. I'll have to look it up.
All right,
but the Oshler one's pretty interesting.
Tell us the Oshler one.
Well, so back in the day, there was a guy named Bob Oshler, and Oshler had been a mission specialist at NASA and was a defense contractor. And there's a guy named Timothy Good. He was a violinist by profession, but he was a UFO researcher, and he wrote a whole series of books. And apparently, the former head of the CIA, Bobby Ray Inman, had approached Timothy Good about working on this thing called Cosmic Journey. And it was supposed to be, basically it was disclosure. It was a disclosure mechanism. And so Timothy Good, which I will, to the end of time, think is the craziest decision I've ever heard. Good says, well, you know what? I don't have time to deal with this. Why don't you talk to this guy, Oshler? I mean, I would have been like, oh, I'm all over it. Let's go. So Inman calls Oshler and says, okay, you know, we want to do a traveling road show of alien technology that we've recovered, and you know, we kind of want to break it to the world gently. And so we've contracted with Barnum and Bailey to make a series of trailers, like semi-trailers. We're going to drive them around, and then people can go inside. They can see one of the Roswell bodies, and they can see chunks of a UFO and circuitry and whatever else they recovered. And they produced a video. Right, this is in the 90s, so they had this VHS video. And it was kind of a promo reel for Cosmic Journey. So Oshler says, well, that's interesting. You know, and he's like, yeah, I'm all over it. And so meanwhile, Oshler thinks to himself, boy, this thing might evaporate. So he starts recording his phone calls with Inman. And he's got Inman on dozens of cassette tapes. This is the 90s. Dozens of cassette tapes talking about this disclosure event that they want to have. So, of course, Oshler takes all this stuff and goes public, and he takes the VHS tape with the promo reel and all these cassettes, and he hands it over to the guys at Sightings, which is a very interesting show, produced by Henry Winkler. And so they go on Sightings. By the way, the guy who was the host on Sightings, Tim White, he was a brigadier general in the United States Air Force. He ran the public affairs operation in the Air Force. He was a reservist for a while, which is also very interesting. But he hosted a paranormal UFO conspiracy TV show. But Oshler goes on there. He's playing the tapes of Inman. They have these guys analyzing the tapes of Inman, saying that is Bobby Ray Inman. Inman denies it. But apparently he got Inman on tape saying, no, UFOs are real. They crashed at Roswell. We want to have a disclosure event. He's got the promo thing. So then he gets a manila envelope in the mail from Canada. And it doesn't have a return address. It just says Guardian and has a thumbprint on the back. So he opens it up. There's a cassette tape. He puts it in, and it's supposedly a UFO landing in Canada where there are a bunch of Mounties, RCMP, that are hanging around this UFO as it lands. And so again, he goes on Sightings, makes a big deal out of it, whatever. And it turns out the RCMP comes back and they say, well, that was a helicopter landing. They show footage of the helicopter landing. They've got photos of that. I mean, it's the RCMP. Photos of the helicopter landing, people who were there. It was obviously a helicopter landing. Somebody had totally set him up, completely destroyed his credibility. He goes underground, never talked about it since. Right?
Right.
So, you know, but apparently, according to this documentation that Oshler provided, and I personally think this is one of the biggest information releases of all time. He's got the former head of the CIA, Bobby Ray Inman, on tape talking about Roswell and UFOs and they're real and they're aliens and blah, blah, blah. And that, I mean, we don't talk about that anymore because it happened, I don't know, 30 years ago now, 25 years ago. But that was a huge, monumental information release to the point that somebody went to the trouble to totally set him up to knock him off the face of the earth. So they do happen. But I'll check out the Wilson one.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's get to another question here. This one comes from...
Canadian.
Oh, it's not a Canadian. This one comes from Philip, who is asking, Olav, how did you meet Walter Bosley? So for our audience, tell everybody who Walter Bosley is.
So Walter Bosley is an amazing researcher, and he has a couple of different angles of research, and he's produced a whole series of books about the Empire of the Wheel, and they involve the Sonora Aero Club and NIMSA. He's just done a magnificent job on that. And these weird goings on at the turn of the century down in San Bernardino in the Inland Empire, you know, spies and murders and assassinations and UFOs and all this stuff. He's also a former agent of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, so he definitely knows how to research stuff. Where did I meet Walter? I want to say I met him at Contact in the Desert, though he'll probably call me up and go no. But I think it was a Contact in the Desert. We just hit it off, and I just love Walter's books. I mean, they're just amazing books. And if you like Disneyland, he wrote one called Keys to the Kingdom, or it's like Latitude 33, Key to the Kingdom, and it talks about the esoteric alignment of Disneyland, about how it's actually aligned on the 33rd parallel and how it's esoterically aligned, and it has ley lines and energy lines that run through it. So he is an amazing researcher. I love that guy to death. He's also super cool.
All right, next question. Chris is asking,
okay,
why does nobody use the fleet, the space fleet that is, for political or other gains? Right.
It's an interesting question. I think most of all because they're trying to keep it secret. And it's pan-national. So, you know, if it has, everybody's up there, the Russians, the Chinese. I mean, I've always said that the Cold War was a cover story, right? You know, we were working with them for a long time. But I think the biggest problem is it's like Roswell, right? And you know, I think there's an argument to be said that the Roswell crash was actually a German vehicle, but it's like any of these stories about crash UFOs. If you admit that they exist, you have to answer a whole lot of questions. And I think if they admit that there's a space fleet up there, whether it's 5 ships or 100 ships or however many ships there are, you have to answer a lot of questions. And I think they just don't want to answer those questions. Why do we have it? What have we experienced? Are there bad things coming? Right? You know, is it really defensive? Is it scientific? Is it the Federation? What's going on up there? So I think they don't want to answer that question. It's like disclosure. I would argue to you that actual disclosure will never come because there are a whole series of uncomfortable questions and things they did that they have to justify and answer. But I think that's because they want to maintain the secrecy.
All right. Brent is asking, besides Bigfoot, is there craft activity up around Mount Adams, Washington, I should be looking for?
Oh, God. It's the craziest place I've ever been. I saw something that looked like the Stargate, you know, Stargate from the TV show or the movie. I saw that hanging in midair, and I saw stuff going in it, and I saw stuff coming out of it, and I saw nothing go through it. I saw a hangar door open on the side of the mountain. I watched human exotic aircraft for several hours fly over my head, coming out of the southeast, turning north. I mean, it's just the amount of. I saw balls of light flying at treetop level over my head. I mean, I saw Bigfoot there. I mean, the amount of stuff that's going on in that mountain is insane. If you live near Mount Adams, you should watch it. I seriously saw a hangar door. I'm not joking. I saw a hangar door open in the side of the mountain.
Okay.
With my own eye.
Well, all the mountains seem to have that.
It's a whole show.
From Baker to Rainier.
It's a whole show.
Well, you can't put St. Helens on that graph anymore because it's only half
Cascadia.
But that whole volcano
all
run.
Cascadia.
Yeah. Literally, I'm sitting on top of it at SOR headquarters right now. Been dormant for over 1 million years. But that's okay.
But if you live near Mount Adams, you should be out there whenever you can in your lawn chair watching it because There's crazy stuff in the sky on Mount Adams, around Mount Adams. It's nuts.
Well, when I lived in Mission, British Columbia, we had a southern exposure view, like literally, because we were on a hill. We were 10 miles from the U.S. border, and I could watch. We were high enough and up enough, to actually look into the United States and actually watch the fireworks on the 4th of July. That's how much of a view we had. And Mount Baker was right there. And myself and a few other people actually watched 4 craft one day on Mount Baker at the top. They were all playing on the peaks. Surprised. It's amazing. It really is amazing.
It's insane. Oh, it's insane. The amount of stuff that I saw at Mount Adams it's unlike anywhere else I've ever been in the world. I've seen weird stuff all over the place, including Canada, but I have never in my entire life seen the volume. 2 days, 2 nights in a row, 4 hours nonstop. Nonstop. It's crazy. I have no words for it. Go watch it. Those are my words.
Yeah. Yeah, you pretty much anywhere along the Cascade Mountains. I mean, and then you get into Mount Shasta, and that's just screwed up right there. Mount Shasta's just screwed right up.
It's not screwed up. It's fascinating.
That's what I mean. I'm being Canadian sarcastic there.
Oh, sorry. Your Canadian-ish confused me for a moment. Yeah, I have a whole theory about Shasta, but that's another show.
Well, we got some time. We got 2.5 minutes here, so fill us in. Come on, race it through. You can do it.
Well, the Yurok who live in that area, right? They have a story about these people called the Wage that descended off the mountain and taught them stuff, and then took off and went north. And you know, they were like, we're lonely. We want to go be with our brothers and sisters. So the persistent story is that the people that live inside of Mount Shasta or lived inside of Mount Shasta, they came from Lemuria, this vanished island in the Pacific. So I have a theory that there's a group of people called the Tatha De Danann. Basically, they became the fairy folk of Scandinavia and the Celts and whatever. And they had originally were human sized, and they shrank themselves down because they had a war, or they were at odds with humans, and the humans were destroying them, and so they kind of made themselves vanish. Well, the Tatha have four treasures. There's the cauldron, the rock, the spear, and the sword. And I think that there are 4 mystical islands. There's Atlantis, Lemuria, Hy-Brasil, and Ultima Thule. And I think that those 4 mystical islands actually, each one represented a different one of the treasures of the Tatha De Danann, and they all vanished. And I think the survivors, at least of Lemuria, if it did exist, actually occupied Shasta and lived along the west coast. We have a whole bunch of weird rock walls and weird structures all along the west coast that I think correspond to that. There's a whole thing about Sir Francis Drake as well. Why did he come here? Doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think he came here in search of the treasures of the Tatha. I think the San Francisco Bay Area actually has representations of the 4 treasures. And I think that wherever the Tatha lived, there had to be the four treasures had to be represented symbolically. That's the basics.
Well, that's nice. We've got about 40 seconds here before we got to go to break. You did that very well.
Years of research.
Hey.
Years of research minimized in a moment.
Hey, that's how we do things around here.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No, I'm butthurt.
You're making me laugh. You're making me laugh here, and I appreciate that.
No, I'm butthurt.
Oh, don't be
terrible.
Don't be. You know what? We got you. We'll give you another 20. We'll give you another 25 minutes on this show. You can break it on down even more if you want. You know, because we got Olav Phillips for another 25 minutes on Spaced Out Radio for hour 3, and then at the back end of hour 3, we will get to the SOR Newswire and the Thought of the Day. Lots more Spaced Out Radio coming up right after this. Oh, yeah, Momo. All right, I'm going to run my dogs outside.
I'll be Canadian.
Oh, you big San Francisco treat. You're like 6 boxes of rice a fucking roni. That's what you are. But
it's so gross.
I'll be right back, bro.
Roni, you. Minute rice, Jesus. That's some clash.
Hey, I care. I'll be right back.
I'm John Edwards.
And I'm Stacey Edwards. Together, we're taking over Saturday nights on Spaced Out Radio, where we're going to bring our own experiences of the paranormal and talk to the best people we can find to help bring you answers to your strange tales.
We're here to entertain your need for weekend woo! So tune us in at spacedoutradio.com starting at 9:06 Pacific, 12:06 a.m. Eastern, where we can all get a little spooky together.
Spaced Out Saturday nights right here at spacedoutradio.com.
Hey, space travelers, this is John Resig, founder of the Chive and Chive Charities. If you know anything about our website, you know we like to do things a little differently. We're not some faceless organization collecting money for a nebulous cause. Our donor dollars go directly toward life-improving items. Then we give those items directly to an underdog who needs it most. To become a donor with Spaced Out Radio's official charity, Chive Charities, just go to chivecharities.org/donate.
Hello, space travelers. It's me again, Carl. Don't forget to join the Space Travelers Club for just $5 a month and follow Spaced Out Radio on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Our Instagram, Dave Scott SOR. Our Facebook page is Spaced Out Radio Show. Our archives are free at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Come woo it up with Spaced Out Radio today. Bye!
Hello, this is your guitar man, Ron Bumblefoot Thal, and I have to tell you, I love the response I get for Little Brother is Watching from Spaced Out Radio fans. It's amazing how music can inspire and make people think deeper about what's going on in the supernatural world. You can head over to my website, bumblefoot.com, to check out my music, my guitar workshops, my touring, even check out some of the hot sauces that I'm working on. And make sure you keep on listening, because with Spaced Out Radio, you know Little Brother is watching.
The SOR Vault is open for business, and do we have some cool swag for you to pick up? All you have to do is head over to our website and click on the SOR Vault. You have a variety of cool logos to choose from, and put them on anything you want. T-shirts, hoodies, hats, coffee mugs, you name it, we can get it to you. So do your shopping by supporting the store you love. Get your Spaced Out Radio swag at the SOR Vault today.
We are scouring the world for the most intriguing stories of your day. Take the time to read up on the SOR Newswire, where our team, led by Captain Shirk, will deliver to you some of the best paranormal and supernatural news, along with some stories that will blow your mind from the weird to the wacky. It's the news outside the news that piques interest, and that's what we're looking to deliver to you. The SOR Newswire, only at spacedoutradio.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
We all know on Spaced Out Radio we love a good beard and mustache, so why not take care of your facial hair with Mighty Moose Beard Oil? Made in Canada, we're taking care of beards and stashes around the world. We use 100% natural ingredients with our oils and balms to make your whiskers feel silky smooth.
I'm back.
Use promo code ESO.
Thank God.
Thank God. There we go. I've made it again. Made it. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
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 Mm.
What's happening there, sweet Olav Phillips?
Not much. There's really not a lot going on. We all just sit in our houses and hoard our toilet paper.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I put free toilet paper out in front of my house.
Uh-huh.
But
anybody grab it?
Well, I mean, oh yeah, I've given away probably 90 some odd rolls.
Really? You're that guy. You're that guy. You're known as toilet paper guy in your cul-de-sac.
Actually, they had a name for me. So in my town, we have a little Facebook group, and they call me like TP Man or something.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice name.
Yeah, I got a bottle of wine. People left money.
Really?
I saved all the money. I'm going to donate it to Doctors Without Borders. Yeah, I got a little rock painted with a nice flower. Oh yeah,
painted,
really sweet.
Painted rocks.
People bring toilet paper. When I run low, people restock it. And I put out some food because so many people aren't employed and down on their luck. And this whole like thing with the unemployment is just a train wreck. So I've been putting out food to make sure people have something to eat, and people have been like restocking it. There's like a whole ton of food sitting out in front of it. Yeah, I stopped putting paper towels, but yeah, I put toilet paper out there. I went to the store today because my son wanted me to make a Black Forest cheesecake, and I think I need to cook it a little longer, but he liked it.
I'd like some cheesecake.
I was like,
right
oh my God, there's eggs.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, I'm making tomorrow. I'm making another one, but it's going to have booze in it. I didn't want to do that with the kids. I'm making it for a friend of mine. I have a couple of friends that they're sharing a birthday, so I'm making them an alcoholic black cherry cheesecake. So I'm putting the cherry soaked in Kirsch.
Dave's birthday is next month, and Dave really likes cheesecake. Just saying.
I'll make you one.
I don't think it'll get across the border, man. They'll probably eat it before it gets. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Brett, what the hell are you doing making pancakes and eggs for dinner? It's fucking breakfast food. Come on.
It's breakfast for dinner, you dumbass. Don't you do that in Canada?
No, I don't.
Breakfast
Goddamn.
for dinner, baby.
No. Here we go with hour 3. Now I'm getting angry in hour 3 here. Music's on.
We need to make some telepancakes.
Oh.
Telepancakes.
Where's Human Carl hanging out? We need some Human Carl action.
Would you like to connect with us?
Gift of a God.
Head to spacedoutradio.com.
Here we go. Hour 3. Music's on.
Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. I am your host, Dave Scott. Still scratching my head at how many of you out there eat breakfast for dinner. I don't understand that at all. But nonetheless, thank you, Brent, for firing me up. Anyways, I am your host right here, and we are welcoming all of you back, tuning on in on our terrestrial affiliates across the continent and on the digital side on TalkStream Live and Revolution Radio. Remember, you can check out all of our archives for free at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Just do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire and much more. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Hydrogism. No, that is totally wrong. No, that was totally wrong.
Where's your brain at?
Oh my gosh. Hydrogerism. Something like that. Anyways. Oh gosh. See what happens when people tell me.
Nobody heard that.
See what happens when people, right before I go on the air, fire me up telling me they're making breakfast for dinner. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Screws me right up. Anyways, yes, Olav.
Do you know what the best dinner ever is? So go and make yourself some bread. Like actually make your own bread. Right? So it's homemade bread. Toast that up. Put it on the bottom of a bowl. Toast up some good old-fashioned canned corned beef hash and dump it on top of the bread. Amazing. Fantastic dinner. Maybe a fried egg if that's your deal. Amazing dinner. Try it. Good.
Oh, right. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. There's never a time for breakfast for dinner, people.
Effing amazing.
No time for
Effing
breakfast for
amazing.
dinner. That's why they're called breakfast meals. All right, let's make things happen here. As you can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and my personal handle at Dave Scott SOR. Hey, Olav Phillips is our guest tonight. He is from Paranoia Magazine. He is the magazine editor, and we've been talking secret space program and everything like that. I got a question on Twitter from Greco here for you, who is asking, Olav, does a pyramid really exist in Alaska, or is it a super secret government base containing alien tech, weapons, and spacecraft?
I don't know for sure. I think maybe it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think it exists, but what's inside of it, I don't know. But it would be a fantastic place to store that stuff because it's in the middle of nowhere. But it's also like, there's a pyramid in Nevada. It's like, what's in it? But it's there. I don't know, but it would be a good spot to store that stuff because, again, it's in the middle of nowhere, right? If you want to launch things or store things or experiment with things, doing that in Alaska would be a good choice. And there is the Devil's Triangle in Alaska. It's a Bermuda Triangle up in northern Alaska.
Yeah, that one's a strange one. That one's a very strange one.
It is.
They
all are.
No, but that one there, though, I mean, the amount of people who go missing in that triangle per year is very, very strange.
Astronomical. And sure, part of it, it's up in some really nasty water. But yeah, no, the number of ships and airplanes and people that vanish up there, it's crazy.
And that actually bleeds into the Yukon Territory as well.
Yes, it does. Another very strange place. I've been there. It is a very weird place. I love it, but a very weird place. I've seen some very weird stuff in the Yukon Territory.
What'd you see?
Well, I went during the midnight sun, which is its own special version of weird. So, the sun never set. So I can't say I saw any weird lights in the sky, but I saw very strange weather. Like there was a valley, and inside the valley it was like total microclimate stuff. And when we were driving along the road, like out on the Alcan Highway, when it gets really desolate, you'd swear that you saw cars like down ahead of you, and there would be no car there. And you'd see like people ahead of you or behind you, but there's nobody there off the highway. It's super weird.
Why do we seem to ignore that triangle in Alaska? There's not a lot of people who talk about it.
I don't know. There's not a lot of literature on it either. I mean, the stories are there, but there's not a lot. I mean, we tend to, aside from the Bermuda Triangle, I think there's one off of Australia as well. In general, like, we tend to ignore the triangles other than the Bermuda one, which I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a suppression thing. Maybe there is stuff going on inside those triangles that they don't want to talk about. But we don't talk about it, ever.
When the secret space program was officially brought forward this year, is that the opening up?
No. The Space Force.
I mean, the Space Force, sorry. When the Space Force was brought up earlier this year, was that an opening for the secret space program?
No, absolutely not. I don't think so at all. I think it was just misdirection. And by the way, the Space Force officially lives under the United States Air Force. It's not its own branch of the military. So I think it was a whole lot of nothing. It was just a big show to make a new logo. They basically took Space Command and they call it the Space Force now. It was inconsequential.
All right. So you think they're completely two different programs?
Oh yeah, because you have to remember the secret space program and, Solar Warden. That's a multinational operation. That's not just the Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, the Europeans, the Canadians, Mexico, Brazil. They're all involved in it. It's a multinational defense force that goes farting around in the solar system. It's not just America. Everybody's in on it. That's why, like I said, this whole idea of the Cold War is a bit of a sham because, we're talking about nuking each other. Meanwhile, Nixon and Khrushchev are hanging out, telling each other jokes, and they're supplying equipment and people for the space force that exists out in the ether reaches of the solar system. No, it was a sham. It was a cover-up.
So, getting back to the Space Force, we've heard about Randy Kramer. We've heard about other people who said they've spent their time on Mars. Some of them who have made a lot of money off of this by falsifying blue chicken type stories and things like that.
Circle ships.
And so how do we believe anybody who comes out saying that they were part of these types of programs?
I think you have to look at each one individually. And I think that you have to look at the story they're telling you. If it's too grandiose, then I probably wouldn't believe it. If it's simple and nonchalant and it's about the minutia. Like you take Kramer for example. When I talked to him, I said, "Hey, what do these ships look like?" He's like, "I don't know. I've never seen one. I lived in a bunker, I can tell you about the bunker I lived in, but I don't know anything else they were doing." That makes sense. If you talk to somebody and they say, "Well, I was in the secret space program," say, "Okay, what'd you do?" If they were a janitor, I'm more likely to believe them. If they're talking about, "Well, we use this kind of mop and we used Charmin toilet paper," I'm more likely to believe that because it's not grandiose. If you talk to somebody who was in the military, right, about what they did when they were in the military, see the world, well, that turned into, well, I fixed vending machines on an aircraft carrier. You're more likely to believe that than, well, I flew these exotic spacecraft off the deck of pick a aircraft carrier, and we did all this crazy lasers and time warping and all this. It's much more grandiose. And humans in general, they have a tendency to embellish their stories. So if you hear a story that seems somewhat mundane, the detail of it is somewhat mundane, I'm more likely to believe that.
How many people have...
Does that make sense?
Okay, well, let me follow this up. How many people have actually come out saying that they have been a part of these programs that are actually believable?
For me?
Yeah.
One.
And who's that?
Kramer.
You believe?
Well, I don't know. Well, he started to go in other pathways, and that is always a very dangerous thing. One of the things about Lazar that I like is that since he went on the air with George Knapp in '89, he tells the same story. The story doesn't change. The details never change. Kramer, some of the things have changed, but when I first heard the story, it seemed the most believable to me because it sounded really boring. And I think if you ask most people that were in the military, unless they were on the front lines of Afghanistan or Iraq or Vietnam, Korea, whatever, and they were fighting, in general, it's pretty boring. And it's pretty mundane. And Kramer, when I first talked to him when he was Captain K, it seemed very mundane. And he has a DD-214. Whether it's true or not, that's another story. But the details of his story, the way that he talked about his story, it just seemed very mundane. And to me, it's extraordinary. Well, you're living on a bunker on Mars. Well, that's extraordinary. It's like, yeah, but when you're actually living in it, it's just a bunker, right? So I think this is boring. I think that attracted me to it because he wasn't trying to make it out to be something crazy. Like, I was standing on this super space battleship and we were blowing the crap out of UFOs. It was nothing like that. I went to work every day. I was in a bunker. It was airtight. We had to wear spacesuits. We'd jump around on the surface of Mars. This is what it's like. And it was very normalized. I think that's why I liked it, because it's the same reason I liked Lazar. It's the same damn story from 1989. He doesn't change it.
I agree. So, okay. Are we building technology with extraterrestrials?
I don't think so. I don't think there's any benefit to the extraterrestrials to engage in technological transfer with us. I think they're purely observational. Maybe some of them met people at Holloman. It's a very famous story. I don't know. Basis of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, right at the end, that supposedly would happen to Holloman. I don't know. But it strikes me that the level of sophistication that they would have, it's kind of like us, the argument of us looking at an ant. The ant is inconsequential to us because it's not a threat and it's not particularly interesting. So I think it's very much a Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom scenario where they're floating around up there watching us, intercepting our radio transmissions, television, seeing what we do. Maybe they're interdimensional. Maybe they're time travelers. I don't know. I do like the ultra-terrestrial scenario. It makes a lot of sense to me. But in general, I think it's about watching us versus like actively doing stuff. Because let me ask you a question. Okay. You're an alien. You descend from the sky. Okay, you're an alien. You descend from the sky. You want to do a technological transfer. You know they're going to ask for weaponry because that's just what they seem to do. Who do you go to?
All I'm saying is that if I'm an alien, I am watching from up above the greatest reality television show ever. Ever.
Yeah, but isn't that fundamentally what an anthropologist or a sociologist does? That's what you're trained to do. When you study anthropology, that's what you're trained to do, is to watch and document and learn and understand and hear and see. You're not in there. Well, some anthropologists like Chagnon, they do go in and they go into the culture and they live amongst them or whatever. But in general, it's about observation and documentation. It's not about, saying, well, here's a cure to cancer. I mean, look, if the super aliens came down in their circle ships and wanted to save us from pollution and death and mayhem and murder and, war and all these things, where are they?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
I haven't seen
where are they?
Right. I haven't. They're not. Our space brothers have not come to save us yet. There has been no day the Earth stood still scenario where some dude lands in the middle of a park and says, I have a message to humanity that if you use nuclear weapons, we're going to destroy you. Where is it? It hasn't happened. So I think they float up there and I think they watch us. I think they kill some cows, take some biological samples. I think they mess around with people on abduction. But I really don't think that they are here to trade technology. I don't believe we have any technology that they would want. And as far as raw material, it's like, look, if you're going to come all this way to come here to get something, isn't that a massive use of energy to get here to take something that you can't take a whole lot of? How much gold can you shove into your spaceship? How much water? How much meat? How much anything can you put in your spaceship to go back to Zeta Reticuli? I mean, if you think about humans, right? You think about having a cheeseburger. How many millions of cows do we slaughter per year to have cheeseburgers? If I'm an alien and I want cheeseburgers, how large of a ship do I need to take a quantity back that's sufficient enough to supply whatever demand is on the other end? It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
A lot of cheeseburgers, man. Maybe they just go to Costco and get some there rather than taking the whole cow. Question coming from Greco here. He's asking, why have a normal underfunded space program like NASA and still run an international super secret space program at the same time? It doesn't add up.
So the reason that the ESA and NASA and the Canadian Space Agency and all these other people exist is because as humans, we're, besides being warlike, we also like to explore and invent stuff. So if you have NASA or the ESA or whatever, and they're doing things, it takes your eyes off of, what the other things that they're doing. So, for example, if there's no NASA, if I see stuff floating around in orbit, right? If I see satellites go by, I'm going to, well, who put those there, right? You also need a mechanism to handle the commercial traffic. So you need a NASA or a SpaceX, or the operation down in French Guiana with the Ariane rocket. You need those guys to put this commercial stuff into space. NASA, the ESA, the Russian Space Agency, they're basically servicing the commercial sector. The military stuff they launch themselves, or the secret space program, it's secret. And I think that NASA and their probes and their landers and all this other crap, I think that serves actually to distract you, because we're going to have the same conversation we're having right now. Well, why is there a secret space program if we have NASA? Well, there's no people on Mars. We put a couple landers on there, right? Dating back to Viking all the way to the Opportunity and the other rovers. We've got a rover trucking around up there. We've got a little remote control car. I'm not seeing guys in spacesuits jumping around. Well, that's because they pick where they land that stuff. And there's no people around where they land it. So, they do it for the very reason that we're having this conversation. We have to have a debate over whether the secret space program is real or not, because they cover it up by saying, well, we have NASA.
Okay. So does that then kind of put into question everybody who's been analyzing and super analyzing all of these Mars rover pictures, trying to make claims that, this rock is an ancient vase, and you can see the shadow of a person over by that rock, or something along those lines?
No, because inevitably you can't hide everything, right? So inevitably, if you have like the Mars Global Surveyor and it's taking photos of the surface of Mars, there are pictures that came from Mars Global Surveyor that I think very clearly show man-made human structures on the surface of Mars. Now, I'm not talking about crystal shards and crap like that. I'm talking about something that's very clearly made by people, right? You can't cover up everything. So if there was an ancient civilization on Mars, which is completely feasible, if they had a nuclear war like Brandenburg talks about, there would be debris left, and you can't clean all of it. And so when you're analyzing these photos, you're looking for the debris that they accidentally caught and they didn't airbrush. And that's very useful. I mean, we've seen things that have come out of these photos where it's like, okay, what is that? So I do think it's valuable. Absolutely. You've got to look for the needle in the haystack.
True. Olav, we're down to about 40 seconds with you tonight. And I want to say thank you again, my friend, for coming on Spaced Out Radio. It's always a pleasure to have you here. I appreciate that.
Hey, I love coming on. I'll come on whenever you want. Spaced Out Radio is awesome. So thank you for having me on.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Always a pleasure. Tell everybody where they can find Paranoia Magazine.
ParanoiaMagazine.com, thesecretcipher.com, if you want to play around with the secret cipher, the UFO knots. Sorry. Frog in my throat. We're on Facebook, Paranoia Magazine. I'm on Facebook, Olav Phillips. You can find me. I'm on Instagram on Paranoia Mags if you want to see my misadventures in Cold War archaeology, baking, and just general weirdness. But yeah, check me out on Facebook or whatever. I'm around. You can talk to me. I do reply. I'm not special.
I appreciate that, brother. All right, you take care. Olav Phillips, everybody, paranoiamagazine.com. Coming up next, we have the SOR Newswire and the Thought of the Dave. Stay tuned. More Spaced Out Radio coming up. Good show, buddy. Good show. Good show.
All right?
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of a clap for that. Let's clap.
Thank you.
Ah, it's always good. Always good stuff. Now, so what's the plan for tonight?
I think
then?
so.
What's the plan for tonight?
Probably gonna check and see if anybody signed up for my secret society, and then I'll probably go to bed.
Perfect.
Exciting. All right, man.
All right, brother. You take care.
Yeah, you too. Have a good rest of the show.
We'll talk soon, okay? Good night.
Absolutely.
All right. There we go. Ow. Let me get some stories here. How are we all doing, guys? Having a good time? Yes, Olav does have Carhartt pajamas. Oob, Joe's main. Let's see, there's 5 stories. What else does the captain got for us? Yeah, let's get rid of that story and use that one. So there's 5. Where's number 6? Oh, this story's going to piss Bob off. Science Bob's going to get pissed off with this story. I think he's lying in bed. He's got his cape pajamas on right now. The old Science Bob. And number 7. We should have a number 8 here. And let's see. Got that one. And that's a good one right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let's see what else the captain comes up with here. Oob! Dave on the fly. Dave's always on the fly. Always. 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 Superman totally has Chuck Norris pajamas. Dave isn't moving. It's because Dave's looking at his computer screen, checking out the news. The hell is this story? Oh, no, it's a dinosaur story. I'm out on that one. Thank you, Lee A. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Lee A. That's a better story right there. There we go. All right. News is set. Team stump all the way. Actually, I'm feeling a little bit better today, to be absolutely blunt. And no, I do have my Sasquatch boxer shorts on tonight. Corrins, I know you're interested in that. Dave, I heard someone owns the night round here. Is it for sale again? Will you take a check? Are you wanting a full poster, or are you just wanting the computer background? Let me know. Anybody who wants a We Own the Night background for the computer, just hit me up and I'll send you one. I will send you one. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I had soup for dinner tonight, and soup sucks. Soup sucks. It does. Totally sucks. All right, here we go with the third hour here, or the last half hour of the show. Let's have some fun here. Let's rock and roll. Little spaced out radio as we take this thing home, shall we? We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters, rocking my Marvin the Martian toque tonight, beanie for all of our American brothers and sisters. Hey, we want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, you can check out our free archives at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio for the show, as well as at Dave Scott SOR for my personal handle. Speaking of the news, let's get to it. It's a great clown tonight, Marty. Great clown on Twitter. Hashtag Spaced Out Radio. The news is always changing, which is why we bring you the SOR Newswire at the back end of every show, where we get to the weird, the strange, the wacky, and sometimes the ufological. Here we go. All right. President Donald Trump called the footage from the Pentagon showing unidentified aerial phenomena a hell of a video, and he wonders if it's real. Earlier this week, the Pentagon officially released 3 videos that show what appear to be unidentified flying objects rapidly moving while recorded by infrared cameras. 2 of the videos contain service members reacting in awe at how quick the objects are moving. One voice speculates that it could be a drone. "I just wonder if it's real," Trump said of the videos. "That's a hell of a video." The Navy had acknowledged the veracity of the videos, which had been previously released by a private company, aka TTSA. In September, they officially released them this week in order to clear up any misconceptions by the public on whether or not the footage that has been circulating was real or whether or not there's more videos, said Pentagon spokesperson Sue Goff. In 2017, one of the pilots who saw one of the UFOs in 2004 said that it moved in ways he couldn't explain. This came from Commander David Fravor. He says, "As I got close to it, it rapidly accelerated to the south and disappeared in less than 2 seconds." Trump, who has often spread conspiracy theories, is skeptical of UFOs. Yes, he said that in a meeting he's had on the subject, but that he's skeptical that the fast-moving objects are anything extraterrestrial. "I did have one very brief meeting on it," he said, "but people are saying they're seeing UFOs. Do I believe it? Not particularly." Well, we don't believe his hair either. The government has been quietly studying the possibilities of UFOs for decades, with the Pentagon previously studying recordings of aerial encounters with unknown objects as part of its since-shuttered classified program that was launched at the behest of former Senator Harry Reid of Nevada. The program was launched in 2007, ended in 2012, according to the Pentagon, because they assessed that they were higher priorities that needed funding. You know, this Michael Conte who wrote this story, this is my exact gripe about this. And I was talking to Tim McMillan about this, as well as Mike DeMonte. And this article is crap on this subject. You can tell this reporter has no information, did not even know where to find it. Okay, he had no idea about the name of the ATIP program, no idea about the To the Stars Academy. This is why the mainstream public doesn't take these stories seriously, because the reporters don't know how to cover it. So what happens here is some editor throws it at him and says, hey, can you do something for the website up on this? And they say, sure. And then he's like, really? I'm doing a UFO story? Come on, I got better things to do with my talent than this. Yeah, just write the copy. Write the copy, do your job. Yeah, that's my opinion. An Alabama high school student named NASA's first Mars helicopter that will be deployed to the Red Planet later this summer. Ingenuity, the name submitted by Vanessa Rupani, was selected for the 4-pound solar-powered helicopter, NASA said in a statement. The name, coined by the junior at Tuscaloosa County High School in Northport, was just one of 28,000 names submitted in NASA's Name the Rover essay contest for K-12 students across the United States. The ingenuity and brilliance of people working hard to overcome the challenges of interplanetary travel are what allow us all to experience the wonders of space exploration, Rupani wrote in her essay. Ingenuity is what allows people to accomplish amazing things, and it allows us to expand our horizons to the edges of the universe. You know, reading that paragraph right there, this young lady here, you can tell there's some smarts there. She's going to go far. Good for her. In March, the space agency selected the name Perseverance for the Mars rover based on Virginia students' essay, but decided to come back to the submitted essays to also pick a name for the helicopter that will accompany the rover. NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine says, Ingenuity encapsulates the values of our helicopter tech demo and what it will showcase. Alabama Senator Richard Shelby also congratulated Rupani for the honor. It was really cool. I got to be a part of something like this, she says. Of course it is. It's probably the biggest thing that's happened in your life. Be happy, be proud, brag about it. Ingenuity has already completed testing in NASA's simulation chamber in Southern California. Next, it will be attached to the belly of the Perseverance, which will take off for Mars in July or August. Here is a very cool story. We reported on this a couple weeks ago. The Queen of England has now bestowed a very special honor in honor of national hero Captain Tom Moore. Her Majesty has made Tom an honorary colonel on the day of his 100th birthday in recognition of his efforts that raised nearly 23 million, make that 30 million pounds for the NHS. In keeping with tradition, she also marked the occasion by sending a personalized card. Tom was informed of his promotion in a letter presented to him by Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Miller, commanding officer of the 1st Battalion, the Yorkshire Regiment, at his home. The Army Chief of Staff and the General, Sir Mark, who made the appointment, said Captain Tom's mature wisdom, no-nonsense attitude, and humor in adversity made him an inspirational role to generations young and old. Touchingly, the Centurion has also been presented with another defense medal, replacing the one he lost in time for next week's VE Day celebrations. Defense Secretary Ben Wallace said he was delighted with the move. Captain Tom simply inspirational. He not only embodies the spirit of our incredible veteran community, but the resolve of this nation. In honor of this special day, Tom will be treated by 2 flybys. At 8:20 in the morning, he got to see a wartime Spitfire and Hurricane pass over his home, while 2 helicopters passed overhead in the afternoon. Tom has also been inundated with birthday cards from members of the public from around the world, an estimated 150,000 cards he has received, and they're now on show at a school in England. Good for him. Good for him. Police say they are searching for a suspect accused of leading officers on a slow speed chase in Santa Fe while riding a Bobcat tractor. Santa Fe police pursued the alleged Bobcat bandit during an evening 5-mile-an-hour quest through I'm just laughing at this story. Quest through town earlier in the month. Police say the driver repeatedly ignored commands to stop the stolen tractor and eventually plowed his way through a barbed wire fence. Authorities said the driver fled into a field and disappeared. No arrests were made. Police say this case is still under investigation. Come on! Come on! How do you lose a guy going at 5 miles an hour? Are you telling me that at 5 miles an hour, you couldn't have a couple of the detachments, SUVs, go one in front, one in the back, and stop this guy at 5 miles an hour? You got to be kidding me. Everybody should question the Santa Fe Police Department on this. They got to be snarked to hell over this after losing a guy at 5 miles an hour. This is horrible. They got to have egg on their face. I mean, sure. I mean, do they not see at 5 miles an hour this guy turning towards a barbed wire fence? Okay? And think, we might want to stop him or put a vehicle cruiser in between the fence and the Bobcat to make sure he doesn't go through. And even so, at 5 miles an hour, could the officers not have ran to catch up to this guy? What about a dog? Where's the police dogs? You got to be kidding me. That is terrible policing. Terrible. You can't catch a guy at 5 miles. I'm overweight. Okay? I make no bones about it. I'm in the worst shape of my life right now. And I could catch this guy. Unbelievable. That is just awesome. Just awesome. Toy maker Mattel has launched a new toy line this week honoring workers on the front lines of the coronavirus pandemic. The company, through its Fisher-Price brand, began selling the Thank You Heroes line of 16 new action figures. The line included nurses, doctors, EMT, delivery drivers. Awesome. Fantastic. All right. So Fisher-Price also offers a 5-character Little People set version of the figures, complete for $20, including a grocery store worker. First responders also will cover the cost of accommodations, childcare, food, mental health support, and other frontline healthcare workers that go to patients. That's what they're doing. The toys are scheduled for shipment to consumers by December 31st. So far, there have been 1,065,000 confirmed cases in the U.S. of the coronavirus, which has been blamed for more than 61,000 deaths. Still can't believe the cops missed out on that guy at 5 miles an hour. Oh, by the way, Mattel's website for the new toys invites consumers to say thank you, make a hero smile, #PlayItForward. The First Responders First Fund, which is to benefit from sales of the toy line, was started last month by the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Thrive Global, a firm founded by Ariana Huffington that makes behavior change technology and media to support individuals struggling with stress and burnout, and the CAA Foundation, the philanthropic arm of the talent firm for the Creative Agency of Arts. Very cool. Very cool toys. Here's a cool scenario. You got to see this video if you haven't already. Surfers off the California coast were caught on camera taking advantage of bioluminescence in the waters by riding the neon blue waves after dark. Surfers were recorded off the coast of San Diego and elsewhere in SoCal, riding the waves amid unusually bright bioluminescence in the ocean. The phenomena, caused by algae in the water, make it appear as though the surfers were riding glowing blue waves. Residents said the bioluminescence has been unusually bright recently. A pod of dolphins were caught on video last week appearing to glow under the water off of Newport Beach as well. That is fantastic. That's something I would like to see. I really would like to see that. That would be kind of cool. Police in California said traffic on a busy stretch of highway came to a halt when people got out of their vehicles to retrieve medical face masks littering the roadway. The California Highway Patrol said troopers stationed in Hayward received word that a large quantity of medical masks had spilled into the southbound lanes of Interstate 880. The spill caused traffic delays when people stopped their vehicles in traffic lanes to get out and retrieve the masks. California Department of Transportation crew with a sweeper truck was brought in to clear the debris from the road. CHP Hayward wants to remind you that it's never safe to step out of your vehicle on an active freeway. Please remain in your vehicle for your safety so CHP can handle the debris collection. And finally, officials in a Swedish city say they are dumping more than a ton of chicken crap on a popular park to deter revelers from gathering to celebrate a popular holiday. The city of Lund, which annually draws crowds numbering in the tens of thousands to celebrate Walpurgis Night in its central park, said chicken manure is being spread across the park to prevent revelers from gathering to celebrate the Thursday night holiday amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Walpurgis Night, a spring festival that has roots in ancient pagan tradition, is celebrated annually on the last night of April. Gustav Lundblad, chairman of the Lund's Council Environmental Committee, said the chicken poop serves multi-purposes. We get the opportunity to fertilize the lawns, and at the same time it will stink, so it may not be so nice to sit and drink beer in the park. He conceded the effort might have some unintentional side effects for nearby residents. I'm not a fertilizer expert, but as I understand it, it is clear that it might smell a bit outside the park as well. These are chicken droppings after all. I cannot guarantee that the rest of the city will be odorless, but the point is to keep people out of the city park. I guess the police are too busy tracking down that guy in a Bobcat 5 miles an hour in Santa Fe. Thought of the Dave happens every night at this time, where we ask a question on our Facebook and Twitter pages, then read your responses on the air, because we love the audience participation around here. Today's Thought of the Dave is as follows. What's your thoughts on the secret space program? Marty, the man of the clowns. Secret space program is the worst kept secret program of all time. It is so non-secret that the government had to create a space force to hide it out in the open. Maybe they should have kept the Space Force secret too. Canadian Joe, it's obviously not so secret if we're talking about it. Nathan, it's real. They have been using it for more than anybody in the public really knows. Shanna Banana, that it's not exactly a secret now, is it, Dave? Emoji, emoji, emoji. Mr. Skeptic, it's totally legit because it's super easy to hide something that can be seen nearly 500 miles away. Always got to read his with some sort of snarky attitude there. That's good. Graham, although the rumors of the TRB Triangle ships going to Mars, I feel it would be better to have a publicly open mission either soon or in the next decade if the secrets are truly necessary to be kept. Kevin, well, Canada, no, definitely no. We don't even have submarines on the East Coast anymore. USA probably, but my guess is it's mostly ground crews developing technology and not so much astronauts. Other countries like China and Russia, most probable. Greco, this guy can make one hell of a baklava. So if you're in the Toronto area, find his restaurant. Just go around every Greek restaurant yelling, "Is Greco here?" He'll give you 10% off. I'm kidding, but give it a try anyways. He might. He says, of course there's a secret space program. And I bet you they eat breakfast for dinner too. Come on! You don't even serve breakfast for dinner at your restaurant. Alcatraz Juan, it's a secret. If I told you, I'd have to. Dun, dun, dun. William, another cog in the machine to get the masses looking in the other direction. Rahonda, I'd like to send some people I know into space. Lone Wolf, how is it actually a secret program if everyone claims to know so much about it? Very, very good point. Let's move on. Tim, do not believe we have manned vehicles. Do we have equipment in space no one knows about? Yes. Like Area 51 shows, the tech has been there for decades, and it's decades ahead. Alan, I could tell you, but it's a secret. Tim, I'd like to know how they recruited back in the day. Also, it would be interesting to see how the facilities operate, day-to-day stuff. Kelly and Kelly's Beard, I think we do have one. It isn't anything like I want it to be by Stargate SG-1 standards. However, I think it is way more than what we possibly will know about, but not as big as we could imagine. No people. Obama isn't on Mars fighting blue chickens with Corey Good. Okay. Glurp says it's a secret. Nikki, secret space program? That's classification is a bit of a joke, as I don't even believe it has truly been a secret due to the amount of human population which are and have repeatedly seen unidentified anomalies flying in the skies globally, or have seen unidentified anomalies flying around of our oceans, lakes, mountains globally, let alone the mass human population which are repeatedly abducted and experimented on. Okay. Aaron, I love it. Although it's not so secret. Space Force rules. Brian, shh. It's a secret. Penman, I think there are a number of reasons it has been kept secret. One of the big ones is the craft have free energy power plants. They don't want to upset the status quo of the economy and oil industry by revealing the truth about what we have. Kevin, it's fabulous, Dave. Tremendously fabulous. In fact, we have the most fabulous secret space program of all time. If I could say anything about it, it would be fabulous. Cable guy Matt gets the final word tonight. All those missing trillions of tax dollars have to go somewhere. That's your thought of the day. We will do it all again on Twitter and Facebook. Big thank you to Captain Shirk for getting our SOR Newswire together. You can find it at spacedoutradio.com. And, of course, to Olav Phillips coming in talking Solar Warden and all the secret space program info he has. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone participating in our chat rooms on Spreaker, YouTube, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Facebook, our Space Travelers Club on our website, and Twitter at #SpacedOutRadio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we're watching. We own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Have a great night, everybody. We get to do it all again very, 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 very soon. Come on in. Ride the woo train with us. It's always fun. It's always entertaining. And it's always nightly. Good night. Good show, people. Good show. Good chatting tonight. Good everything. Let's have a few claps for all of you out there. Good job, everyone. You guys were fantastic tonight. Let's just call a spade right there. Motorhead, Ace of Spades. Oh, fuck yeah. That's good rock and roll right there. Good rock and roll. What is LGAB? It's ELLGAB. No, it's kind of French Canadian. It's an experience. It's an experience. That is for sure. What do we need to do here? Thank you, everyone. Can't believe Marine Megan was in the chat room tonight. Not on YouTube. Love me some Marine Megan. Her husband Dan's a kick-ass guy. Fantastic mustache as well. Download. There we be. Tomorrow's show, first Friday of the month. You know what that means. It's our Keith Andrews time. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, we're going to do this. Our Keith Andrews. Hey, Derek. Derek, are you prepped for the woo tomorrow? Just curious. I hope you took it slow tonight. Hey, Sherry, how are you? Apparently, everybody, Sherry, type, or you're not going to be able to, because... But Sherry type in the name of your YouTube channel. Sherry, when I was down in San Francisco, literally did about an hour and a half long interview with me about everything. And she is just, I believe, finishing it up and on the editing, because I'm not a pretty man. And so she probably had to edit out my face a lot. Yeah. She and her husband, good-looking people, so they probably put themselves on there much more than this old hag of a radio face that I have. But Sherry, if you get that, put your link in there, your channel name. Dave mentioned Glurp, Spaceman and his girlfriend UFO Jane from Texas UFOs are my UFO family. Oh, cool. I didn't know that Glurp, Spaceman, and UFO Jane were people. The Ascension Sessions. That's where you want to check out. Is it up yet, Sherry? Is it up? I gotta, oh shit, I was gonna get you that stuff today. Oh, damn it. Sherry, can you send me a reminder message tomorrow if you don't mind? That would be great if you could. I'll get that to you tomorrow. Did Megan come in? Did Marine Megan come in? I don't think so. Hi, Barbara. How come you're late, Barbara? God, am I hungry right now. I am so hungry right now. Soup sucks. It does. It totally sucks. Oh, well. Got to do it for a little bit here. And it's not that old Davey can't, I mean, let's just be honest. Old Davey can afford to lose a pound or two here. You know what I'm saying? You think I'm handsome. You are way too kind, Barbara Schlesman. Way too kind. I'm just saying. I would like to know what kind of narcotics you're on by making statements like that, Barbara Schlesman. Just saying. Calling me handsome. How dare you? How dare you? I'm teasing. I am teasing. Oh, so do your fans want a premiere? So you are live in the chat room? That'll be up to them. That'll be up to them. If they want to do it, I will do that with you. Should we do a premiere for this? Should we? Put Alan Warren in there. Where did I? That's where they're high. I see what I did there. I see what I did there. All right. I'm going to make this COVID-19. Mm-hmm. Dave looks a hell of a lot like that gnome behind him. How about this one? What do you think of that? Grandma Rose begs to differ. She would have her way with you. Grandma Rose would tear me apart, man. Grandma Rose would tear me apart. Grandma Rose is awesome. Is Grandma Rose going to be around tomorrow? Hey, Alex, how you doing? Thanks for coming on in. I during the news, I saw you come into the chat room, and I didn't get an opportunity to type in a hello to you. I apologize for that. But thank you for joining us in our chat room tonight. Hi, Spookles. Was there life on Mars, Dave? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. Could have been. Could have been. Remember the Tiffany song? Could have been so beautiful. Could have been so right. Let's go back to about 1987 with that one, or 86. Or was it 88? Okay, who do you think was hotter? Guys and girls, who was prettier, Tiffany or Debbie Gibson back in the day? I was never sure. That was a big debate for me. Big debate. Because if you're in your 40s now, you had a crush on one of them. You totally had a crush on one of them. There was no choice. You're either a Debbie Gibson fan or you were a Tiffany fan. It was like our version of Britney and Christina. You had to choose sides. I mean, now as an older man, I love them both. But back then, I was on Team Debbie Gibson. Oh, yeah. She always seemed so much more innocent. Dirty hot. Hot tamale. Sandra used to look at the waves. Oh, I bet you were grooving to that. Sandra was running just as fast as she can, holding on to no one another's hands, trying to get away into the night, and then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground, and then we say, come on, Sandra. I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. Oh, come on. You know what? You're all sitting there saying, shut up, Dave. I can hear you right now. I can hear you. All right. And yet you were all singing it. You guys are all a bunch of liars right now. All a bunch of liars. Every single one of you. You were all singing along with me there. Hey, Nathan. What's going on, man? We need a show of votes in the chat room. We need a show of votes in the chat room. Should Nathan Allen grow a mustache and a mustache only? My vote is yes. Nathan, we need a mustache for you. Hey, Derek, that's some serious woo. The fact that I just sung a Tiffany song. Serious woo. A clone now. There you go. I think what we're going to start doing is I will take phone calls, okay, if we can sing together. I will do it one night where I will give out the phone number, the SOR headquarters phone number, okay? I will give it out, and when I give it out, you have to sing with me. No questions, no nothing. We just have to sing. Give me 2 seconds here, Corrance. I just got to save this. What did Shanna say? Oh, hi, Diana. Hi, Diana from Sacramento, California. How's Diana from Sacramento, California tonight? Ooh, Shanna Banana. Wow. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Ooh. Oh, my goodness, Shanna Banana. Was not expecting that out of your polite Christian tongue. My goodness. I don't know if I should repeat that for people who may not be following the chat room. Oh, yes, I will. Shanna Banana states, mustache rides rule. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, Shanna Banana. Actually, you know what, Shanna? I'm going to give you a few claps for that. I'm even going to stand up. Give you a little bit of a standing ovation for that. Hold on. I got to put a cap on. I got to put a cap on just so I could doff it for you there. Oh, yeah. Shanna Banana. Good girl. Good girl. I know you're loving that attention now, as you should. Every man who is going to read that chat room now is going to be like, who is this Shanna Banana? Why is she such a wild one? She's a wild spirit, that Shanna Banana. Hold on, Corey. It's getting PG-13 in here. That's almost worth a Ric Flair. Oh, Nathan sent me a picture of Tiffany. He loves Tiffany. Hold on. Daughter just painted this and wants me to send it to you. Okay, I'll send you my address. Also, I lost the ability to chat just now on the show. All right. Oh, that's actually badass. That is completely badass. Hold on, I got to turn it this way to see it. Oh, there's Carl. Oh, hell yes. There's a moose, Sasquatch, the great white shark. Oh, hell yeah, that is fantastic. Take the picture the other way so that way I can post it, man. That thing's fantastic. Corrins, we woo the night. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That is fantastic. Tell your daughter thank you. That is fucking awesome. Love stuff like that. All right, so that one's done. My God, I'm only on number 4 here. I gotta speed this shit up here. You got Human Carl had that trouble earlier tonight too, Corey. And peanut butter rolls is Carl on our commercials, just for everybody to know. Anybody wants to know who does Carl on our commercials? It's peanut butter rolls. That's what he actually sounds like in person. Hey, don't blame me. Some men just have a problem. Their nuts are never drop. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, I'm kidding. Oh, bad, Dave. Bad. 4? Yeah, that's number 4. I'm craving orange Jello right now. Thank you, Diana Guest. I appreciate that. From Sacramento, California. Because I'm running just as fast as I can. Holding my oxygen mask in my hand. Yeah, best I got right now. When I give a beer... Oh my, Brutus. Oh, that's terrible. I need to hold on to the wrists so I don't get scratched or my hair pulled out. You perverts. You guys are a bunch of perverts is what this is. This is turning into Perv Talk 101. I'm a good Christian boy here. Anyone agreeing that the government should have been looking into the paranormal? Oh, no. Totally, dude. Totally. Number 5. I'm almost done. Holding on to one another's hand. God damn, I wish I wouldn't have put that song in my head. Yeah. I have a weakness for orange Jello, man. I really do. I don't care for the red. I don't care for the green or the purple or the... Well, blue is okay. But orange Jello, ever since I was a kid. French fries with gravy, that's another good one since I was a kid. Raisin Bran is my go-to cereal. So until they started getting cheap on the raisins. That pissed me off. Finally cutting this last piece here. You know what I never make for myself? Is a sandwich. I never make myself a sandwich. I am craving like a ham and Swiss sandwich right now. Totally craving a ham and Swiss sandwich. God damn, I would love a ham and Swiss right now. Some tomato and lettuce and onions on there. But instead, I'm going to go upstairs after this is done. I'm going to eat some cold pizza. Why? Even though my stomach can't handle it right now, because I deserve it. I worked hard tonight. No, I can't do that. Shit, I got to take this probiotics crap. Oh. Dave, you don't do a hot, cold bowl of Raisin Bran on a hot night? Oh, I never eat warm cereal. I like oatmeal. I like eating oatmeal. Oatmeal I like really well. Oh, Sandra, now you're hitting my tune. Belinda Carlisle and the Go-Go's? Oh, we got the beat, sister. We got the beat. I always thought We Got the Beat was better than Our Lips Are Sealed. But then Susanna Hoffs and the Bangles came in, and I immediately fell in love with Susanna Hoffs. Immediately fell in love with Susanna Hoffs. I was like, oh my God, how do they... The only problem is she plays an ugly Rickenbacker guitar. God, why doesn't Rickenbacker make a nice looking guitar? That's what I want to know. The other thing too, you know what pisses me off also about musicians these days, especially guitarists, people who play like electric guitar, is everybody's going to this, or so many guys now going to this reverse headstock. It looks ugly. Hate reverse headstocks. It's like you're playing a left-handed guitar right-handed. Hate that. Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. What am I missing in the chat? Wheat is bad for the belly and all bread's really... I know. That's why I'm trying to stay away from it. No, I got to take... Timbits. I love Swiss cheese. Can't stand the reverse headstock on guitars, though. That drives me batty. Absolutely batty. Where the hell is my file? Recent. All right, well, let's go here, see what happens. I don't want that. No, why is this doing this? Why is this doing this all of a sudden? Where did my folder go? Look at the way... There it is. There's my folder. I can see PBR right now. On his other YouTube window, he's playing Tiffany, and he's singing as loud as he can. Running just as fast as we can. Holding on to PBR's hand. Oh, yeah, I can see it. You know what sandwich I haven't had in a long time? Is a peanut butter and banana. That's a good sandwich. Very good sandwich. Trying to get away into the night. Uh-huh. Now I get my security code. Let's remember this, people. 791-939. 791-939. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So just stay here. 74 people. Stay here. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Then we tumble to the ground and then we say, think we're alone now. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. All right, let's do something here. Who are we calling here? We're going to call someone right now. Oh, Dave's okay.
Hello?
Hi, Marine Megan.
Hey, Captain, how are you?
I am good. I am good. There's like 67 people listening on YouTube right now.
Oh my goodness, that's a great crowd. How are they?
Good. We were up to 105 during the show.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So they can all hear you. And Marine Megan is here because she was texting me. And Megan, I'm going to do something with the audience here. Okay. I'm going to put myself out there. All right. Here I go.
Okay. Here we go.
Any questions that the people who are tuned in want to ask Marine Megan about my strangeness? Marine Megan knows everything. Everything about my high strangeness. You can ask her. So we'll wait for your questions.
Well, okay, so this has got to be on the honor system because right now I can't see the questions. So
I'll read them
Captain
too.
Dave has to relay.
I will relay the questions.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Hold on, we're waiting for them.
Okay.
Well, I don't know where they are yet. I'm hungry, man. I am so hungry.
Let's ask a question to the YouTubers. Okay. Are they familiar with who I am?
Marine Megan is my astral traveling bodyguard. Bodyguard. She is my bodyguard. So yeah, if you guys want a question, fire away.
Yeah. Any avenue is totally welcome.
How was your London vacation? Who went to London? I didn't go to London. Did you go to London? I don't think you went to London, did you? No. Probably wrong person.
I went over London.
All right.
Probably. I went over London recently, but that was an astral experience.
Okay.
It was pretty.
FAP is asking, how can I get your hat? I bought it at Walmart a number of years ago. That's where I bought it. Okay. Diana is asking, how many aliens has Dave partied with?
Oh, actual parties? You know, I mean, he's got Carl. Okay, but then there has been some others. I mean, I'm serious with some others when I say that. There has been at least 4 different groups associated with Dave closely, and then like an additional 3 that have been on the inquisitive plane of basically flirting with Captain Dave.
Oh, I love you. I love you. Okay. Let's see what else we got going here. Yeah. Oh, the other night when I was writing. That was kind of weird. All right.
Should we mention Vegas? I don't think we should mention Vegas.
Why not?
I'm joking.
What happened in Vegas? What happened in Vegas? Nothing happened in Vegas. I don't have anything fun happen in Vegas.
Dave, oh my goodness. Vegas is full of aliens. Like a 1-to-3 ratio is like legit alien. You know this.
I don't know a thing.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's the rule. That's the rule.
I know.
So there's your answer.
All right, hold on. Well, my buddy Jere Reed, it's his birthday. Let's call him up and see if we can stay right there for a second. I know there's other questions there.
More midnight phone calls? What?
I don't know. Let's call my buddy Jere. He's in Vegas right now, and we'll confirm this. Where is he?
Is he one of the three?
No, Jere's actually a hero. He's actually a hero. He did 4 tours of duty in special forces in the Army. Let's see if he'll pick up here.
Oh wow.
Let's see if he'll pick up. I hope he does. I don't know. Is that working? Is it trying to go through? No. Why didn't that go through? Let's try this again. Hold on. There. Now it's calling. Let's see if he answers.
Time is it in Vegas? It's like 1 o'clock in Vegas.
No, it's like 12:36. He's still awake. He just posted on
Call has
Facebook.
been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 702 275.
Remove that. Don't need his number going out there. All right, we'll continue with the questions. Philip wants to know, what does Dave do when he thinks nobody is looking?
I'd love to say he picks his nose. No, you know what he really does? He oogles over his hot sauces.
It's true.
That's what he does. He oogles over hot sauces. This man is obsessed with hot sauce. I can't tell you any other
It's true.
truth.
It's
he
true.
is obsessed with hot sauce. It's hot sauce. Hot sauce. Hot sauce.
Yeah, it's true. Probably the reason why my diverticulitis kicked up too. I've been going hard on the hot sauce recently. All right. April is asking.
That's so fun.
April is asking, does Dave leave flowers and chocolates for Sasquatch? No, I do not. No. Greco wants to know, is Dave still traumatized by his abduction experiences?
Oh, okay. So that's a multifaceted answer. I'll say a little bit on one part, but otherwise, no. Dave, would you like to elaborate?
In some way,
Okay.
the one I am, okay. The one I have been. So, but I don't get into that one. That bastard. All I know is I'm going to get revenge on that prick. But nonetheless,
that is a no-go subject, and I respect that.
Mm-hmm. True. Very true. With the aliens flirting with me, Spooky Cat wants to know, does this mean you're like Captain Kirk to aliens? Oh my. We've had a little bit of a perverted night in here tonight in the chat room on YouTube. We also...
Well, there is a Captain Kirk element. There is.
Oh, you're a liar. You're a liar right now. Such a liar.
Well, okay, but Dave, let's look at the big picture of it. So these flirty aliens, they're seeing something, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There is a level of something that they want to obtain. So they happily come in and swoop you up, and there you go. And, you personally know the rest of the story. I'm being very cryptic. I'm sorry.
You got me blushing right now. You got me blushing right now. Oh, fuck.
Well.
Oh, fuck. Okay. All right, moving on.
I don't know what we want to tell. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on.
We're moving on.
Captain Kirk.
Philip wants to know, what is Dave's alien name?
Dave. Captain. The Voice.
The Voice, yeah. Peanut butter.
The Voice.
Okay.
Those are all the ones I've been told.
All right.
Yep.
Peanut butter
so
rolls.
Really, he does have Captain names.
Okay. Peanut butter rolls wants to know, does Dave Scott have a Bigfoot in his backyard? The answer is no, because I don't back onto a forest. I back onto a green belt that is a very open path to the elementary school. No, if I was on the other side of my area, there might be a possibility, but on that one, no. Sherry wants to know, what happened in your most recent encounter with an ET?
Mine or yours?
Well, I'll let you answer that for me because I call you up about everything.
Okay. Well, we collectively just had a strange encounter Sunday night.
Sunday night?
And basically, it was an extremely ancient race. And I've further contacted them post the Sunday contact, right? So this has been over the series of the last 3 to 4 days, and basically they want to be called the Ancient. They're not actually identifying themselves as like Pleiadian or Orion or anything else of the sort. I mean, not even Anunnaki. They say they are more ancient than that. These are the ancient, the original. And basically, they had such a crazy vibration. I couldn't really lock onto them that great on the first contact. But after familiarizing myself with them and allowing our energies to kind of, I guess, mingle, basically what ended up happening is I was able to get further information. And these ancients that we are dealing with are incredibly protective of the actual earth element. And they are master overwatch. And they are predicting not only this COVID pandemic is kind of making waves, but then there will be a secondary issue, which they did not elaborate on. But they basically said that this is out of our control, our human control. And they are, in fact, observing how we respond, how we react. Our resilience was a big thing with that, as well as those that are awakened to the possibility of these ancients existing. Basically, we will be seen in a favorable light, is kind of what they said, but not in those exact terms. So they did a very abrupt explanation of that, because aliens are very abrupt. I actually communicate with aliens, many races. I've done it for several years, and all of them are very abrupt. So there's a little bit of leeway with me as the messenger.
Mm-hmm.
So it was very interesting. But yes, these ancients that Dave and I collaboratively dealt with on Sunday was very interesting. So that is my most recent experience. And then since then, they actually took me aboard a ship.
Bastards.
And they basically reassured me that the world is not going to end, and they showed me that they were basically in collaboration with multiple races, but they are hands-off, but yet very esteemed in the alien race world.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an introductory phase that I am going with them. Okay, if that makes sense. Basically, I am in an introductory phase. I need to gain their trust, gain their appreciation before I could get more information.
Exactly.
So this is a developing story.
Totally.
We're just going to break it here.
There you go. Breaking news. Breaking news on the after party. Okay.
Breaking news.
Breaking news here. All right. Let's see what else we got here. I put my hair down. What else we got here? See if I'm missing any new. Philip, how many penguins does it take to feed a polar bear on a Friday in Denmark? I'm going to say 4. What's your guess, Megan?
4 on a Friday? No. Okay, so penguins eat fish, right?
Yeah.
So,
but we're feeding the penguins
on a Friday. It's going to be 8.
8?
It's going to be 8.
Okay.
You're going to need to double that number because it's a Friday. I mean, you're talking 8. You got to double that number.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go here. Next question. Could you go into the details? It's from Devin. Could you go into the details of a typical guided astral travel session, Dave? I'll let Megan take that. She's the astral traveler. I don't do that woo stuff.
Guided. Okay, so if somebody is guiding me into astral, they have a set location they want us to be guided to. I'm going to use Statue of Liberty, for example, because this is actually a real-world case when I was going through my training with Richard Banat. He guided us to the Statue of Liberty. So we did not know we were going to go to the Statue of Liberty, but he went through and he got us into astral mode, which was basically a series of self-hypnotic type of exercises so we could achieve astral. And then once he felt that the group had achieved astral, he then commanded us to go to the Statue of Liberty. And he gave us coordinates. And so when we got there, he asked us to describe what we were seeing. And we all described portions of the Statue of Liberty. Myself, I was staring at the feet and the plaque, and then when I looked up in the sky, I could see like a hazy orange glow, and then the statue came forth. And so I could see the silhouette of the statue. I just couldn't make it out 100%, but it was a silhouette to the effect that I could say, oh, indefinitely, that is the Statue of Liberty. So he asked us to read portions of the plaque that was actually on there. And, you know, it was verification for him that, yes, we were in astral. And, you know, we did so. I mean, we were in a group of like 5 or 6 people at the time. But basically, he just gave us the coordinates. And, you know, I looked at a map on my phone. Okay, so I pulled up a map, I punched in the coordinates, and then I went into astral. Okay, so I kind of knew that it was in New York-ish area. I just didn't know it was actually the Statue of Liberty that he was sending us to. Okay, and maybe I cheated a little bit by using like Google Maps, but
cheater.
He even said, if it helps you get there, then do it. So that's why, as an astral traveler, I go off photographs, because if you were to send me a photo of your kitchen or, you know, your front deck, I can get to you easier because that's a legitimate photo of your location. So, but yeah, with guided astral. It was basically off coordinates, and it's an amazing experience. I mean, once you achieve astral and you can go there, and then to have an instructor sit there and kind of like bounce reference off of you, like, well, what does the plaque say? Well, you know, how big are the toes? And, you know, I walked over and I grabbed, you know, the big toe, and it was, you know, half the size of an American football. And I'm going, it's huge, you know, kind of thing. So it was really interesting to have a experienced astraler kind of bounce that information off of you for validation.
Very cool.
If that makes sense.
Very cool.
Yeah. Oh, it was super cool.
Let's move on here. Other Asteroid wants to know, other than soup, what is Dave's greatest phobia? My son turning into a soccer player. Let's see here. No, I'm one with the gnomes now. Everybody thinks that I'm still afraid of the gnomes. It's just simply fake news. Fake news.
Are you serious about that?
Yes. You don't believe that. You don't believe it.
No.
Sharks. Not that I don't like sharks. I just have a fear that I am a meal. Let's see here.
Well, you appreciate your legs. I mean, I'm with you in that boat. I mean, you appreciate your legs for sure, or your arms.
Yes. Bingo. Bingo. I'll get real serious here because I know we're not really, we're kind of talking semi-seriously here. I have one major fear, and Megan knows this, and the minute I say this, she will be like, yep, that is so true, because so many times she has helped walk me through shit, and that is failure.
Oh, yes.
Huge.
Absolutely.
Big time.
Yep.
Failure is my biggest fear right now. And that's why I push so friggin' hard. And I just go, because I will not let this fail. I will not. I refuse. And even if that is the path, I just will not go down that path. Will not. I have will nots.
Nope.
So failure. Huge with me. All right, let's do the next one. Let's see here. Where are we here? Even take it to the limit tonight. Philip wants to know, does Dave relate to the song Love Walks In? No. The Contact I do, but the female alien who is making sweet love to me, no. Don't get that at all. I don't get that. I'm not that lucky. What do you think?
Definitely not an alien female.
No.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Not that lucky.
You're paired within the program, and I'm sorry, right now it's just human to human.
My life is so boring.
Right. Sorry, no blue-scaled hotties for you, Dave.
I know. I never get that. I never get to go Captain Kirk. Ever.
Not full Captain Kirk.
All right, let's move on. What part of Ukraine is my family from? Peanut butter rolls. I believe they are. I believe my aunt went back there like 20 years ago and introduced herself to a bunch of our family back there, and we're in a small village. My great grandfather was born in a small village just outside of Chernobyl. So that's all I know. Sherry is asking, is Megan the woman who was with you in the forest during your first contact? No, that was Samantha Mowat. Megan has been with me 2 years now, Megan? 2 years? Yeah.
Yeah.
2 years.
Yep. 2 years.
Going
strong.
Diane.
2 years.
Yeah. And Megan's husband, Dan, has an incredible mustache. Fantastic mustache, by the way.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. And, I pay homage to that mustache all the time. I do. I think it makes Dan a little uncomfortable, but I don't care.
He needs to embrace the stash.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Exactly. Diana asked...
Well, he shaves it. Oh, sorry. I was going to say if he shaves it, he gets carded all the time because when he shaves it, he looks like an 18-year-old boy.
If he shaves that, I want that, man. I want that mustache.
Oh, you want his mustache?
I do. Send it to me.
Okay.
Send it to me. Next time he shaves his mustache, I want it.
Let him shave it. I mean, it's kind of different when he shaves his mustache. I'm like, who are you? Why are you in my house?
Exactly. All right. Let's see. Next question. Greco, is or has Dave ever been used as a messenger by his alien friends to help a person or humanity? No.
Interesting.
No.
Well,
I got nothing to offer.
Okay.
Nothing to offer.
I'm going to come out with that. Because there is a group of aliens that refers to Dave as the voice. And the voice needs to speak the truth and get it out there for those who are willing to listen, was the message. I'm quoting that.
You're so full of shit. So full of shit.
No, no, for those that are willing to listen, open-minded listeners are going to receive the voice, is what they said.
So apparently I'm fucking Alien Ravine. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Well, they put things in place like dominoes so you can get certain people on your show that you can voice.
Okay. All right. Move on.
True.
All right.
It's true. Argue with me all day.
All right. Fine.
I talk to Dave.
Fine. Asteroid. Oh, Greco is asking, does Dave have astral fantasies that are too hot for radio?
That's a Dave question. Okay, I'm shutting up right now.
No, I don't go sledding around on the astral plane. I do not go sledding around on the astral plane. No, I do not go sledding around on the astral plane. No, I don't.
Telling yourself that.
What's that? What did you just say? What did you just say? Shame on you. Shame on you.
I said nothing.
All right. Let's see here. When Dave
knows.
When Dave drives down to Washington State with R. Keith Andrews, what do they talk about?
The weather.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, seriously, not the weather.
Definitely not the weather. PBR, Peanut Butter Rolls here is okay. You've met R. Keith Andrews, okay? And he's our guest tomorrow night. You've met R. Keith, all right? You know what a little bit of a wingnut that he is, and we love him for that. Okay. In your opinion, what's he like?
Oh man. Okay. Okay. So Arky, like, he is the most huggable, lovable dude, but on the other hand, I'm just fascinated by his stories. That some of his stories makes me take about a 10-foot step back and look at him cross-eyed.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Because you know, he's so candid and he's so open. He's so open all the time, and I think that is the thing that most people are not expecting. I mean, he doesn't care who he's talking to. He's going to tell his story one way or another, and it doesn't matter if it's shocking or offensive or unbelievable. He's just going to let it go. And I think that my reaction was based off possibly the way that I was raised, where some of that stuff is kind of way woo, whoa woo, total.
Oh yeah.
Uber woo.
He is heavy metal woo.
Oh yeah.
Heavy metal woo.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, even if you're questioning him, he doesn't skip a beat. He does not skip a beat. He sticks to his own agenda, and he puts his story out there the way he's going to put his story out there. And it's like, wait, what? You died 10 times? What? Like,
I think he's
hold on.
I think he's up to about 47 now. For about 47 times.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I mean, we were talking childhood at this point.
True.
And I mean, I was stuck on the 10, and I don't think I listened to the rest of the 40-umpteen times. But I mean, I was just like standing there in person, face to face, 5 feet from him, and I'm like, and he's smiling and laughing and like nonchalantly telling me that he died and walked out of the morgue, and I'm just like looking at him like, wait, what?
Exactly.
I need a little bit more background for me, but I mean, he's like, I don't know, I just woke up in the morgue and walked out. Like, hey, where is everybody? And I'm like,
yeah, okay, that's Keith.
You know, and
that's Keith.
He even told me I had the nurse's reaction. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? And he was like, well, the nurse was even reacting like you just did. And I'm like, well, if you were... okay, let's move along. Continue your story.
Yes. Okay, we'll move along with questions. Diana wants to know if the aliens know anything about our future, like any elections. They don't get involved with the whole political side. That I do know.
No. So the word that comes to mind with that for me is alien ant farm. Like, they just like to observe. Okay, they are not going to sway. And oh man, there's a whole can of worms I could open right now, but I'm not going to. But anyway, the alien ant farm theory is they just want to observe. Okay, so no, they're not going to sway the election one way or another. They're not going to reelect Trump for 4 years. They're not going to put, Biden in place for 4 years because they want to. Okay, they're going to let us humans decide that, if that is sufficient.
Good enough. All right. Greco wants to know, have you ever astral projected to Dave to see him actually working on his book?
Oh.
Apparently the prick is calling me lazy right now. He so owes me dinner.
Yeah, well, no.
You know what we're gonna do, Megan? I'm gonna tell you this right now, because he lives just outside of Toronto. All right, and he has a Greek restaurant. So what we're gonna do is
really?
we're gonna go, you Dan's mustache. I'm not sure if Dan will be invited, but his mustache will. All right. We're gonna go to Toronto. We're gonna go and we're gonna load up and we're gonna get absolutely hammered on ouzo at Greco's restaurant, and then we're going to only tip him like 4%.
That's a slam.
Yeah. Well, he's a Leafs fan. He's a Leafs fan. So, what do you do? Yep. Say I'm not working on my book. Say I'm not working on my
I was
book.
going to come to your defense and say on Sunday night when we had our alien incident with the ancients, yes, you were working on your book at that time.
You know what my problem is? I'll be honest with you, and I mean that all in fun there, Greco. You know, I like to give you a hard Canadian time there. Writing your own book, like, my fingers get sore after a while on the keyboard. I wish I had one of those programs that translated, like I could talk verbally and it just automatically went into typing on the program. You know what I'm saying? That's what I wish. Wish I had that, but I don't. Renee wants to know, or pardon me, Spookles wants to know if aliens have cats.
Oh, actually, there's a whole alien race of cats.
Yeah. It's a lot of that's a lot of pussy.
It is. It's a whole race of it.
Can you imagine the attitude? They might as well just call those cats, just call them the Karen race.
The Karen race. Close. You are so close.
Yeah.
You are so close.
Oh,
so,
there's a lot of speaking to the managers in that race.
Well, there's a quote that I will never forget, and every time I look at my evil little kitten, who is like going through her teenager state, and she gets like super evil, I look at her and I'm like, oh yes, I have forgotten. Because there is a quote that basically says cats are the way they are because humans forgot they are gods.
Yes.
That comes from the feline alien race.
Yes.
Who infiltrated at certain points. And I'm like staring at my crazy little evil teenager cat and I'm going, yes, I have forgotten. I will feed you treats. I will get you the milk. I will do whatever you need.
Renee is asking, does Dave have his hair and beard when he is in his alien self?
Actually, yes. Yes. I had to think about a snapshot. So yes. Dave looks like Dave when he is in his alien self.
Oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Hi,
because
Eve.
Those are important characteristics he carries through to that being.
All right. Marine Megan is with us. My astral bodyguard. All right. Next question is, Renee, if the aliens offered Dave breakfast for dinner, would they make him eat it?
Okay.
Them's brawling words right there. Them's brawling words.
Oh, man. I was just going to say, as long as it resembled a dinner, he's good.
No way, man. Oh, my hair is so knotted tonight. Brutal. Ow. Okay, next question. No.
Conditioning treatment.
Yeah, I know. I got to put some conditioner in it. All right. Do I lucid dream? I've only ever lucid dreamt once that I know of. Once. I am not a good
Really?
lucid dreamer. Yeah, believe it or not, once. And
wow.
Yeah, that was it. And it was such a full of shit lucid dream. It is what it is. Let's see here. Let's see here. If the alien, okay. Philip, being connected to Chernobyl, does Dave glow in the dark or have any superpowers? None. Dave can't do much. He can talk on the radio. Sometimes. Eve, what are you making for food here? Because I'm hungry too. That's how far behind on the questions I am. If they were to remake the Addams Family, would they cast Dave as cousin It? I hope so. All right, we got to that question from Diana about aliens knowing the future. Greco, does Dave look like the kind of guy who would tell the little gray alien, "You're my bitch tonight"? Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Totally. Corinth, do aliens think humanity as a species is stupid?
Okay, so this is no joke. When I go astral and communicate with offworlders, oftentimes, like I'm talking 9 out of 10 times, I get the preceding message.
Terminator say
and then I get an actual message. Oh man, I get stupid human. Stupid human is what I get. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, I know I'm a stupid human. And then I actually get a message. So if that sums it up.
All right. Let's see here.
Oh, yeah.
Devin, what did the ancient beings look like again? Were they giant-like?
No, not giant. I mean, they were tall compared to a gray, but they were not giant. I have dealt with an angelic form of an Anunnaki, and that being was what I would call giant. I'm talking well over 14 feet. And I mean, I'm staring straight up at it, going, wow. These ancients were under 7 feet. They did have tall heads compared to like a gray. But other than that, I mean, they were not giant. The ancients, though, had the weirdest energy I have ever encountered. It was a vibration of extremely low, replicated low vibrations, but with like slight high peaks, like I guess bursts of high peaks, and that's what I couldn't connect to was the rapid high peak with the extremely low vibration.
Gotcha. All right. What else we got here? PBR wants to know how you protect me. I'm supposed to explain who you are to me.
Oh, me. Oh.
Are you okay? You surviving there?
Me, yes. My earbud died. Okay, so me, explaining me.
What is your role? What is your role to me?
Okay, so let's see. Simple is basically I am the go-between between your earthly bounds and whatever else is out there. You know, be it spirit or cryptid or alien, offworlders. I am the go-between to basically facilitate some sort of messaging system.
Yes, because
I'm basically your bodyguard / secretary. I take notes and then pass them to you. However, I also provide a defensive measure from certain, I guess, negative entities that shall come your way.
Yeah, and I'll take that a little bit further too. When you do a show like I do, there's a lot of weird, strange shit that just happens. You don't expect it to happen. You don't plan for it to happen. It just happens. And it always helps to have some sort of protection, if you want to say it that way, to try and alleviate any of the strangeness that goes on. And Megan has been very highly accurate with my situations that have gone on here. This is a person, her and her husband have never been over to my house. They have no idea where I live. They have no idea where my town is or anything like that. Yet she can pick it up like there's no tomorrow. And that's what really kind of makes it special, is that I don't have to hide my own spiritualness and my own situations that happen. Look, I know I don't say half the shit that goes on, because in the end, if I sit here and I say, okay, well, this just happened, that just happened, I try and share as much as I possibly can with you guys, but there's a lot that I don't share. And sometimes I do get rattled. And when I get rattled, that's why I have Megan here, is just in case something does happen that really screws me up. She's there to go on with and to help me out. So I like having that comfort and that protection that kind of comes along with it. And that's why I'm always bragging and bugging her that she's my astral bodyguard, because I think what she does is fucking brilliant. See you, Nathan. So that's kind of where it goes. And Megan can attest, because she's kind of on the inner side of everything of what I do, that it doesn't matter whether it's people, aliens, paranormal, anything like that. Megan helps deflect a lot of that stuff off of me, because I get hit pretty hard. And Megan, you could probably understand. I mean, you've astral traveled to my house. Tell the people what you see when you're here.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there has been times where I've showed up and there's literally a bright line cut from your driveway all the way through the house, and I call it the highway, because, I mean, it is just a rift and it's letting things in. And so, I pull that energy back, and then there's other times where the border of your property is completely saturated with energy. And I mean, you've got, I mean, I've dealt with cryptids and fae on your property line specifically, never mind the off-world activity. Your area in general is absolutely a beacon for off-world activity. And I'm like, can I put a stop sign up? Like,
yeah, but but you know what, you brought up a good point there though, because many times you're like, should I close this off? And I'm like, no, it has to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, and no, I always ask, should I close it? Should I push it back? Should I, shield you better? And no, the answer is always no, because you always want to be receptive. And that is a very admirable thing, to be receptive, to be open to this, to receive the messages that are being presented, because they're not always nefarious. And yes, you have had some inquisitive visitors, but other than that, with what you do, the topics you talk about, it draws it in. Like attracts like. It's the law of attraction. And basically, by even mentioning it, you are opening a doorway that facilitates further communication. So why should I be the one to come in and drop the hammer and end it all? That's not my job. I'm just here to kind of go, this is bad, Dave, I'm going to send it away. But everything else, hey, it's okay, kind of thing.
Tell them, okay, I'll let them in on a little secret. This is where we're going to go power woo on Dave's life here for a second. Just complete power woo.
Power woo.
Okay. I will allow you permission to tell them about the boys.
Oh, man. Okay, so the boys, they are an incredible off-world force. They originate from the right side of the Orions, but further out. So they're not technically Orions. They would be ancient Orions. And basically, they came to Dave, and they support Dave in a freaking amazing galactical way. And they love what he speaks about, and they are really encouraging him to speak further to the truth. And basically, as long as he's speaking the truth, they will facilitate different contracts in order for him to get the truth out there. And they are the ones that actually call him the voice. And I've spoke with them many times. They come in, they pop in all the time just to check on the show. They love being an audience to his show. They will stand outside of his studio and listen to the live broadcast.
Do you remember
the
first time you saw them?
Popped in. I was shocked. I was taken back because I was like, okay, Dave says he has activity going on at the house. I guess I should check it out. And I did, and boom, there they were. And I was like, whoa. And they would not shut up. They just kept talking about Dave and the voice and why they were there and why it was so important.
Oh, yeah.
And, I'm sitting here going, okay, we're humans. Why are you, dilly-dallying with humans? And they're like, because there's nothing like this. There, not much like this is getting out, is what they told me. And they were so proud, in a sense, in relation to a human emotion. Pride was the thing that came forward. They were proud that Dave was speaking about things that they felt mattered. And they're a very scientific bunch, yes. However, The thing was, the variety that he speaks about was very appealing to them.
Yeah.
And they said that Dave must continue with this, and that they would try to encourage, through contact, more information being spread for those who were specifically awake. Because they do understand that. They do understand that certain people are awake and others are shut off. They understand that.
Yeah. They're pretty big, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I remember the first time I showed you them because you were bitching me out that you felt I wasn't protected enough.
Oh, yeah, no, I was stuck on shielding. I'm like, Dave, you need to shield.
I don't need no stinking shield.
Yeah, I was like, I'll shield you. Yeah.
No, it was okay. They were okay. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Next question. Philip wants to know how we met.
Okay. You and I?
Yeah.
Okay. So we met through predominantly Forest Moon Paranormal, ran by Eric Cooper. So I was a member of FMP, and we had a Paracon, and that was the very first time that I actually met Dave in person, face to face. So that's the simple story. And then Dave and I have a lot in common. Our personalities meshed incredibly well. We therefore carried on a friendship that has lasted well over 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, you and I just kind of took to each other as like immediate best friends. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it was awesome. And I mean, I don't have that experience often. The instant, like, friendship draw. I don't have that experience often. So, yes, this is a one-off type of relationship. I believe that we were meant to, have some sort of use to each other, or a friendship that is endearing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I consider you and Danny big time family, and I love you guys. I really do. Let's move on here. Corrins wants to know, oh, by the way, Sherry, if you want a session with Megan, just where can Sherry contact you, Megan?
Oh, geez. So if she has Facebook, that's probably the easiest way to contact me is Facebook. Check my name out. I'm friends with Dave. You could go to Dave's page, probably look up my name under the friends list. It's Megan, Megan, Gehring, Gehring. You can message me or just send me a friend request and we'll go from there.
Yeah. Sherry's good people. Handsome husband. Very handsome husband she has.
With a mustache.
Yeah, he had a goatee on. Good looking.
Oh, very nice.
Good looking dude. Yeah, made me jealous, to be honest with you. He's a good looking dude. Anyways, let's see. Corrins wants to know, is Carl a part of my big guys? No, Carl is not a part of them. Carl's just a curious duck.
No.
Eve.
Yeah, no, Carl was definitely not part of that.
Eve is like, if you're old, your hair may be the best thing you got going. Trust me, it's true. It's the best thing I got going right now. It's my hair. Nope.
Thanks, Eve.
Thank you. I love Eve too. Let's see. What's that? She says Eve is old, so I could say that I have long, wild. Oh yeah, you know. No, I can't see your picture. Your picture's like really, really tiny. Tiny. Philip is like, is hair what brought you here at Eve? That's kind of funny.
Hair is everything sometimes.
Yes. She's a comedian. She is a comedian. Well, people, it's 1:30 in the morning, my time. I'm going to let all of you go on YouTube. I want to say thank you so much for sharing your night with us. Don't forget, tomorrow we have the Ask Me Anything. Ask Me Anything tomorrow. And I'll be ready for you. I'm going to sleep in. I literally have to go to bed. And the reason why is because if I don't go to bed, at least make my way to bed here soon, I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to eat something. And I don't want to eat anything because I have to take these probiotic shit and some turmeric pills and get my stomach feeling back better to normal here. So I'm going to let all of you guys go on YouTube. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love you all. And our Keith Andrews tomorrow night. So all of you take care. Megan, do you want to say goodnight to all of these great people?
Hell yes. No, thank you, YouTubers. I really appreciate the time and the questions. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this time because I know I have. So thank you very much. And, you know, I graciously appreciate the questioning. So it's been fun.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun tonight. Thank you, everyone. We will talk to you all.